Chapter 179. While the cloud in the sky brewed, Wang Wei went to the tribulation peak as he did not want his heavenly tribulation to spread out and harm other people. Furthermore, the tribulation peak can be a backup plan for him in case an emergency occurs. Although Wang Wei did want to use foreign aid to help cross his tribulation, however, given his relationship with Heavenly Tao, he needed to be cautious. After a few seconds of brewing, a white flame suddenly appeared from the cloud and headed straight towards Wang Wei, who had a frown on his face after seeing this. Although he knew that his heavenly tribulation was going to be hard, he did not expect it to be that hard. Wang Wei recognized this white flame as the cleansing purifying flame, and this flame is usually used by heaven to punish devil cultivators that have committed too many sins when they crossed heavenly tribulation. Wang Wei knew that he did not do anything to deserve such treatment. Even his extermination of the demonic beasts in the trial was not enough for heaven to treat him as a sinner. So, there was only reason for this. It was because of his transcendent Tao foundation when he broke through the 13th layer barrier of the body-refining realm. She muttered to the sky, "How petty can you be? That was a long time ago?" The tribulation seemed to have heard what he said, then the clouds in the sky suddenly increased again. The clouds that were only covering the entire sect suddenly expanded to cover half the heaven-span domain where the Tao opening sect was located. Wang Wei's corner of the mouth twitched a little after seeing this. In fact, he wanted to say a few more things to taunt heaven, however, he kept his mouth shut. As a person who pursued being free and unfettered, he did not like to restrain himself. However, he is also aware when not to provoke unnecessary trouble for himself, especially now that he is still weak. However, his pettiness made him mark Heavenly Tao in his dark book. When he is strong enough, he will deal with it. As for the dark clouds in the sky, it seemed to be furious that Wang Wei did not take his bait, thus giving it a chance to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. As for Wang Wei, he did not really care about the cleansing purifying flame. Not to mention that this flame is not strong enough to break through his defense, he did not have to worry about the most threatening part of this flame, its purifying effect. Wang Wei did not commit any sins. In the cultivating world, sins are described as cultivators doing terrible things to large numbers of mortals with any reason or for selfish benefit. So, those devil cultivators that like to kill mortals to absorb their blood, flesh, and souls to cultivate strange techniques are considered sinful. Furthermore, Wang Wei did not really care about whether he was a sinner. As a person who pursues ultimate freedom, if one day he decided to kill millions of people, then he would do so. He does not need any justification. Just because he always kept somewhat of a bottom line does not mean that he is a good person. Everything he does has a purpose, but Wang Wei never places any moral restraint on himself. After the cleansing purifying flame reached him, Wang Wei actively opened his defense, allowing the flame to actually reach inside his body. The reason is that he wanted to purify his body of any hidden dangers, and also tempered his bones. So, as soon the flame entered his body, Wang Wei groaned due to the intense pain, then started to use the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Few minutes after the white flaming started to burn Wang Wei, a bunch of dark and stinky pus or impurity were removed from body and stuck on his skin. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt that he could breathe more easily, and even felt that his lifespan might have increased a little. So, he smiled knowing that his plan worked. So, he went further and introduced the cleansing purifying flame into his sea of consciousness, hoping to remove the impurities from his soul. However, it seemed to be useless. To be precise, the flame seemed to be terrified to even come close to his soul. So, he gave up trying. Next, Wang Wei took out a bunch of sand that shone with a gray luster. This material was known as silver sand, and it was the supreme tier material needed to temper his bones. Normally, it would have taken him a very long time to absorb this material into his bones, but now he was going to use this heavenly tribulation to increase the speed. During his retreat, Wang Wei had also already found the Tao rhyme of the silver sand, so he easily absorbed it into his bones. Then he absorbs more cleansing purifying flame into his body to speed up the process. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be angry at Wang Wei's action, so the white flame was replaced by a deep red and dark one. Wang Wei knew that this flame was called Heavenly Destruction Flame, and its purpose was implied in its name, destroy everything between heaven and earth. Wang Wei frowned after seeing this, but he did not care. After the heavenly destruction flame hit him, his innate field was destroyed, then his skin and muscles were burned, leaving only a skeleton with organs inside. Then, many of the bones melted, leaving only the spine. Despite this, Wang Wei did not panic as he knew that he was not dead. He used the method of the ancient desolate body refining scripture, then the melted bones part grew back, an act which angered the heavenly destruction flame. So, a battle of destruction and rebirth took place. As long as the heavenly destruction flame burns Wang Wei's bones, it will regrow rapidly. In the process of constant destruction and regrowth, his bones became more and more powerful. And the silver sand started to take its effect as it was rapidly refined. After a few hours, Wang Wei's bones could no longer be burned by the heavenly destruction flame, so he allowed it to burn his spine next. Then, he repeated the same process that his other bones went through until his spine reached the same standard as the other bones. Afterwards, he regrew his muscles, skin, and innate field. After tempering his bones, Wang Wei suddenly felt a magical transformation occurred in his fleshly body. His strength increased dramatically. Right now, his punch could probably reach a few 100 million of force. More importantly, his innate field seemed to have become even more powerful, and it seemed that he could remove it from his body and allow it to protect other people or things around him. More importantly, Wang Wei felt that his regeneration had reached a new different level, so he tested out to see. He took out a low-grade heaven-tier sword from his space ring and chopped one of his fingers without hesitation. The reason that he chose a heaven-tier weapon was because they are considered law weapons, and only used by Void Shatter Realm cultivators. Only this level of weapon can actually easily break his defense. A top-grade Earth-tier weapon which is used by Primordial Spirit Cultivator would take forever to cut off even one of his fingers. After cutting his finger, Wang Wei watched how after a few seconds, the bone in his hand regrew back, followed by the muscles and skin. The whole process did not even take 3 seconds, however, it looked very creepy. Wang Wei smiled as he did not care about how things looked. He was genuinely happy as he knew that his fleshly body had reached the realm of regenerating limbs. Now, the only weakness in his body was actually his internal organs, however, that problem will also be fixed in the future. After finishing checking his body, Wang Wei looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. The heavenly destruction flame was still falling on him, however, they had no effect. Wang Wei's plan was to use this heavenly tribulation to also start tempering his heart, however, he knew that heavenly destruction flame was not suitable to do so. The cleansing purifying flame was way better for the job. After thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that this tribulation was useless to him, so he clenched his hand before throwing a punch. Boom! A massive shockwave traveled from Wang Wei's hand, then the sky exploded. All the tribulation clouds that covered millions of miles were scattered. An angry roar could be heard from the heavens, however, there was a hint of unwillingness in that voice. No matter what, the outcome was that clouds were dispersed, and the heavenly tribulation was finished. Wang Wei then looked inside his sea of consciousness where he saw 3 lights of different color hanging there. Chapter 180. Wang Wei put on a new robe before looking at the destruction caused by his heavenly tribulation. To his surprise, the entire mountain was completely fine. There was nothing destroyed, no burn marks. Nothing. This was probably because of all the formations that were arranged in this mountain. So, Wang Wei nodded before flying back to his cultivation room. Meanwhile, all the disciples of the sect had a look of shock on their faces. All they saw was massive dark clouds covering the entire sect, then massive pillars of white and dark red flames kept falling on the tribulation peak. Many people wondered whether a devil cultivator had infiltrated their sect, but they heard news that the young sect master was actually going through tribulation. As a result, many people became worried for Wang Wei when they saw how powerful that heavenly tribulation was. They wondered if he would be able to pass this tribulation. If it was not the formations in the tribulation peak that prevented both the cleansing purifying flame and the heavenly destruction flame from spreading outwards, heaven knows what kind of destruction this heavenly tribulation would have caused. Wang Wei returned to his cultivation room to finish the final step of his breakthrough, acquiring his innate talent. Wang Wei looked at the 3 floating lights in his sea of consciousness. These 3 represented 3 different talents, which was a surprise to Wang Wei. He concentrated on these 3 lights, then his 7-color rainbow chi luck dragon flew straight into these 3 lights, which further intensified their brightness. As such, Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, which was purple in color, shone an additional 3 colors: gray, black and white, and green. After his chi luck baptized his new talents, the 3 light spots turned into 3 different runes signifying that these talents have been concocted. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the whole process took him 3 days. Then, a message was sent into his mind telling him the name of the talents, what they are capable of and what grade they are. According to Wang Wei's knowledge, innate talents are divided into 4 grades: normal, growth, extraordinary, and taboo. Normal talents are the worst of the bunch. These talents usually accompany the owner only during the supernatural realm, then become useless. Of course, a normal talent is still better than no talent at all. Growth talent, as the name implies, is a talent that can slowly grow and develop by the owner. Although the starting point of growth talents are low, they have the possibility to reach terrifying heights. It is all based on the ability of the person who holds the talent. Extraordinary talents are very powerful and can accompany the owner throughout their entire cultivation path. Furthermore, they can also grow and develop, although it is often unnecessary to do so. As for taboo, well, they are extremely powerful, mysterious, and often heaven-defying. It is not impossible for a taboo innate talent to grant a cultivator the power to bring back the dead back to life. However, taboo talents always have a price to pay. More often, these talents are a one-time ability, meaning, after using it once, the owner will not be able to do it again and the talent will be gone as. Another possible side effect of taboo talents is they require lifespan to use, or a part of the user's body, or to even sacrifice their entire lives. So, although taboo talents are powerful, they are very unstable. As for Wang Wei, he received 2 growth talents and 1 extraordinary talent. The green rune in his sea of consciousness represents his pain talent. Wang Wei was speechless after knowing the effect of this talent. For once, this talent allows him to increase the pain that his enemy feels when he attacks them. According to his guess, this talent's purpose is to make his attacks so painful that it renders his enemies incapable of fighting, or at the very least, weaken them greatly due to pain. Another ability of this talent is that the more pain that Wang Wei endures, the stronger his battle strength can increase. Well, Wang Wei guessed that the reason he has such a talent was probably because of the 18 level of hell that he experienced in the 3rd pagoda trial, and probably because he cultivated the Overlord Fist. His 2nd growth talent is called Life and Death Wheel. Although this talent has a cool name, it is not as powerful as it sounds. This talent allows Wang Wei to absorb any form of energy to heal himself. For example, by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, he could heal a lot of his injuries. To Wang Wei, this talent was a little wasted due to his powerful regenerative ability granted by his powerful fleshly body. However, Wang Wei could use it to superpose to his regeneration. For example, it would probably take him a few minutes to regrow his arm in a battle. However, with the addition of this talent, it would only take him a few seconds if not instant. In the level of battles that Wang Wei will have to participate in the future, the difference between a few splits of seconds can decide life and death. As for the reason that he has this talent, it was because of his understanding of death during the 2nd pagoda trial. The last talent was actually the one tailored specifically for his fate puppeteer physique. And to be honest, Wang Wei was surprised. This talent was simply too terrible to be just an extraordinary one. The amount of power that this innate talent grants him is simply unimaginable that it was a taboo one. In order to ensure that he did not make a mistake, he had to check for a few minutes. He sighed as he knew that his strength had dramatically increased. He was looking forwards to meeting a worthy opponent that would force him to use this talent. After checking his talent, Wang Wei did not immediately exit his seclusion, but took out a bunch of records about ancient desolate body refining scripture, in order to solve a puzzle he had for a while now. According to his previous understanding, he was not supposed to wake up with an ability like the innate field. What's more, after finishing tempering his bones, another ability was awakening. So, he was curious about the reason. He was also curious why he did not awaken one after tempering his muscles. After checking the records, Wang Wei discovered that this was the result of refining a certain body part to the realm of great perfection. The reason that his muscle did not produce an ability was simply because it did not reach great perfection. So, Wang Wei finally understood. He used chaotic space to temper his skin, heavenly flame to temper his bones. Only his muscles used ordinary methods. After figuring out the answer, Wang Wei then checked his new ability. To be honest, this ability was also heaven-defying. This ability, which is referred to as bone clone substitution, allows Wang Wei to create a clone of himself from his bones and use that clone as a substitution for a deadly attack. In order, if Wang Wei received an attack so powerful that it could instantly kill him, he could use the bone clone to die in his stead. Essentially, Wang Wei has another life granted to him by this ability. Moreover, this clone can also substitute for Wang Wei if he received strange, powerful and unnoticeable curses or cause and effect spells like Wishing Spell, Karma Backlash, or Reality Erasure. Although these kinds of spells or origin abilities are rare, they still exist. So, with this ability, once these hard-to-guard against attacks reach Wang Wei, they will kill the bone clone first, giving him enough time to react or defend himself. What's more, this clone ability is not a one-time thing. All Wang Wei needs to do in order to recreate one is to absorb very precious and high-tier metals like the silver sand or deep copper. If it was any other normal cultivators who received this talent, they would be anxious about where to find these rare minerals. However, all Wang Wei has to do is ask, and someone from the sect will hand the materials he needs to him. This is the benefit of being a second-generation rich in the cultivating world. Well, technically speaking, his family has been rich for countless generations. But that's not important. After checking that everything was all right, Wang Wei started thinking about how he is going to temper his muscles to the realm of great perfection. The best method would be to wait until he breaks through the divine body realm and goes through heavenly tribulation again. However, that would take too long. However, soon an idea came to his mind as he knew that the opportunity he wanted would soon arrive in front of him, so he muttered with an evil smile, "Let's see if the fish was hooked by my bait after so many years." Chapter 181. After finishing his seclusion, Wang Wei went out to relax for a bit. At the same time, he wanted to know how long he was in retreat. Although he only felt that a few an instant had passed, he knew that he actually spent many years in seclusion during his breakthrough. However, not long after he exited his cultivation room, he received a divine sense message from his mother to come see her, so he headed to her room to see what it was about. After entering the room, Wang Wei saw a bunch of arrays projecting a 3D hologram of a person that was talking to his mother. The person was an elderly woman dressed in plain ancient garments. The elderly woman had white hair, eyes full of wisdom. She had a kind and gentle temperament emanating from her. Despite being old, she did not appear weak. On the contrary, she appeared to be vigorous and lively. However, if someone were to take a deep look in this woman's eyes, they would see a deep fatigue. "Grandmother," said Wang Wei excitedly with a smile on his face. The woman's hologram seemed to have heard his voice, so it turned around with a smile. "My lovely grandson, I have not seen you in many years. Have you forgotten your dear old grandma? I know that you young people have their own life, but you should not forget the old generation so quickly." "Grandma, you know I was busy with a trial the past few years, that's why I did not contact you," replied Wang Wei with a smile after standing next to his mother. Then, the holographic woman smiled before answering, "I know about this and Grandma is proud of all your accomplishments." For some reason, Wang Wei blushed a little after hearing this. Ever since he was young, his grandmother from his mother's family has always been very close to him, always doting on him, sometimes even worse than his mother. In this life, Wang Wei has 3 grandparents. His grandfather Wang Chang mostly talked to him about cultivation, imparted to him his wisdom and experience of his long years. He is more of a protector in Wang Wei's life. As for his grandfather Yu Zhuang, he was severely injured and was healing, so he only showed up on a few occasions through sending a clone. So, Wang Wei mostly talked to his grandmother, which was in many ways his emotional support in the early days after his reincarnation. One thing that many people did know about Wang Wei was that he suffered a lot of anxiety in his early days. From the perspective of an outsider, he was crowned a genius with many halos on his head and the full support of the sect, so his life should be happy and without worries. However, these halos were the very core of his problems. With how talented he was, many people had many expectations on him, hoping that he would bring the sect to new heights. All these things brought a heaven pressure or burden to him. Many times he doubted himself whether he could live up to these standards. He even contemplated whether he should fake an incident that made him look like he was crippled, so that people stopped having expectations of him. And it did not help the fact he did not have a golden finger. Well, at the very least, one that is easily recognizable. Although he guessed that his powerful soul was his golden finger, unfortunately this kind of thing is not noticeable. Yes, he was more intelligent than the majority of all the young generations of the sect. Yes, many people praised him for his outstanding comprehension. However, to Wang Wei, these kinds of praise were nothing but talk. People said that his comprehension was probably one of the top of the entire world. However, where was the proof of such a claim? How does he not know that these people were just praising just for the sake of praising him? Or to boost his ego? During these tough times in the early days, only two things kept on going. One was the fact that he was an adult, so he was more resistant to stress. But the most important was his grandmother. She was the only person that he could tell about how he truly felt, about the difficulties and pressure he faced. And she was a great help to Wang Wei. She listened to him when he needed someone to talk to, she advised him when he needed guidance. In many ways, Wang Wei's confidence and indomitable will was slowly built by his grandmother, Yun Zhaojun, in the first 8 years of his life. So, their relationship was really close. Maybe even closer than his real parents. "How is Grandpa doing?" asked Wang Wei, trying to change the topic in order to hide his embarrassment. His grandma sighed after hearing this before answering with a look of sadness in her voice, "Unfortunately, his injuries are still the same." "Are things that serious? Doesn't the Yu clan have any supreme tier or even quasi-emperor pills?" "Little Wei, things are not that simple." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Could it be that he needs a emperor tier pill to heal him? If that is the case, I can still ask my father if the sect has any secretly hidden. His grandmother shook her head. "Your grandfather's injuries have nothing to do with his body. His heart is simply destroyed, and I am afraid that he does not have long to live." The room instantly became quiet, while Wang Wei had a frown on his face along with his mother. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed before asking, "Is there anything I can do to help?" If there was, I would not hesitate to ask. "Let's talk about other things. What's that I heard that you did not plan to give me a great-grandson anytime soon?" Wang Wei was speechless for a while, then he gave his mother a vicious look. However, Yu Yan just pretended that he did not see anything. "Grandmother. Okay, little Wei, I know that you are not the kind of person that easily changes a major decision that you make, so I won't try to convince you. However, I want you to remember that having children is not just about having an heir to pass on your inheritance." Wang Wei nodded his head. "I understand, Grandma." "Well, in that case we won't mention this topic again." "Mom," cried Yu Yan. She told on his son hoping that his mother can change his mind, but now, Wang Wei's grandma ignored her daughter, then continued talking to her grandson. "I have spent many things for you, including your favorite Longshui tea. I assumed that your stacks would be finished by now." "Thank you, Grandma." Then, Wang Wei spent a few hours talking to his grandmother about all the things he experienced during the trial. As for Yu Yan, she had a mostly gloomy look during the entire time. For once, she did not achieve her main objection of changing Wang Wei's mind about children. More importantly, her own mother completely ignored her most of the time. As a matter of fact, things have always been like this. When it comes to Wang Wei, his mother has always been partial, so you'd think that she got used to it by now, and she was. However, for some reason she was not happy about this today. So, since she was not happy, someone else has to share her misery with her. Yu Yan could not do anything to his son as he could just report to his mother. Moreover, she could never treat her son like that. He was too cute. So, her husband was chosen. One could foretold that sect master Wang Tian will not be having any pleasant nights in the next few days. After chatting with his grandmother, Wang Wei called the members of his group in order to have a meeting. So, Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, and Tai Gang showed up in the Wang Mountain clan to meet him. After settling down, the first thing he did was to ask how long he was in retreat. He has been so busy in the past few hours that he even forgot that question. "Half a century," replied Li Jun. "To be precise, 56 years, 3 months, and 18 days, added Wang Ju. "Even the three of us finished our breakthrough more than a decade ago," said Yan Liling with a calm face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a surprised look on his face. He did not expect that it took so long as he only felt like it was an instant. As for the fact that those people finished their breakthrough 10 years earlier than him, he was not that surprised. With his deep foundation, of course it will take longer to make a breakthrough. Adding to that, he had to find the Tao rhyme of the silver sand in order to temper his bones. After calming himself down, he asked, "What has happened throughout the world during my absence?" Chapter 182. After hearing this question, Wang Ju took out a paper with a lot of information on them, then she narrated, "One of the biggest news in the past few years was the fact the number 1 absolute chaos physique finally showed up at the Emperor Enlightening Academy from the lower realm. His name is Lin Fan. Any other information on him?" asked Wang Wei with intrigue. "Not very much is currently known as the Academy is keeping him under heavy protection, but some information can be analyzed. For example, he has a very lascivious side given the amount of beautiful women he came with from the lower realm." Wang Ju paused for a few seconds before looking at Li Jun, who blushed shyly and moved his head so as not to meet her gaze. Meanwhile, Yan Liling was secretly pinching the side of his abdominal muscles. As for Tai Gang, he had a stoic look on his face. He has still not gotten used to this group, however, he will try to slowly adjust himself to fit in. Many of his ambitions were destroyed after learning of the history of this world and the background of Wang Wei. Although he knew that there were a few great emperors that were from the lower realm, unfortunately, their rise has always been accompanied by tragedy and misery. Many of them relied on their heaven-defying talent and luck in order to reach such terrible heights. And Tai Gang had a good look of himself and realized that he did not have either the talents nor the luck to try to imitate those great emperors. Especially in this glorious age where the talents and strength of the heaven-chosen have reached the absolute peak of any past generations. After looking briefly at Li Jun, Wang Ju then continued. "Another character trait of his is his arrogance and pride. However, this information can only be considered a conjecture at this state." "How come?" asked Wang Wei. "We have come to this decision after analyzing his behavior after entering the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This Lin Fan acted prideful, arrogantly, and was very boastful of his strength. However, we cannot determine whether that is his actual character, or is he compensating for his original low background. Many of the Fate Shadow Guards believed that he only acted this way because he is very conscious of his origin from a lower world. They believe that he acted this way in order to overcompensate for his low background and to rally supporters behind him. Furthermore, this plan seemed to have worked especially after he defeated one of his seniors in the primordial spirit realm while still the supernatural realm. A successful battle 2 great realms above his own? Is he showing up?" asked Wang Wei with a smile. "Young master, it is not just him that has done such a thing. Whether it is the number 3 6 emotions and 7 desires physique, Su Ya, or the innate sword bone Jian Wushuang, all of them have fought and won against a primordial spirit realm cultivator in the supernatural realm. It was as if all these top heaven-chosens were using this method to declare their entrance to the world stage." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, then thought that it was also time for him to show his fangs. "Any news regarding Han Li?" "A few months after you entered the trial, young Master Han Li briefly exited his seclusion. His strength had dramatically increased. With overwhelming strength, he easily defeated all the other contemporary sacred sons. Then, shortly afterwards, he managed to break through the primordial spirit realm. 3 years ago, he showed up again, this time with the cultivation in the peak early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Then, he went out of the sect and challenged a bunch of peak primordial spirit realm cultivators and was victorious. Many people are wondering where his newfound strength comes from. What about the reaction of Great Elder Longbow? Asked Wang Wei with a sneer in his mouth. As you might expect, young master. Great Elder Longbow has been using his disciples' recent success to rally other elders to support him. However, he is not having much luck in that regard. Wang Wei was not that surprised. Given his accomplishment in this trial, how could the little thing that Han Li did compare to him? So, he was not that worried. However, he still wanted to make sure that any unexpected things did not occur. Did he only lobby the sectarian faction or also members of different families? Asked Wang Wei while looking at Li Jun and Yan Liling. According to my father, many of the Li clan members were contacted by Long Bo. However, the majority told the news to my father, a few remained neutral, while the rest accepted his invitation. However, the quantity was negligible and the power these people hold in the sect is very small. It is the same situation with my aunt and the Yen family, added Yan Liling. Wang Wei nodded before starting thinking, Wang Ju, I need you to send a challenge to Han Li that 1 year from today, we will battle it out for the position of Sacred Son. Wang Wei plans to end this farce of political intrigues with the most direct and rudest way, beat his opponent into submission. Although Wang Ju was a little surprised at first with this sudden decision, she understood the reason behind it, so she nodded. Next, Wang Wei planned to discuss the talents that these people received after entering the supernatural realm. However, he suddenly felt something, so he left for the outside. And it was not just Wang Wei who felt the sudden change in heaven and earth, but the entire world. After exiting his manor, Wang Wei looked in the sky. To be precise, he looked towards the sun. Under the bright day, the sun started to glow before emitting powerful heat waves. These fire waves did not hit the ground, but covered the entire sky, turning the world into a bright red shade color. What's going on? Asked Ji Jun. As a matter of fact, he was not the only one confused by this worldwide phenomena. It's the Yang family, suddenly said Sect Master Wang Tian, who had just appeared next to the groups along with a few other elders. See Uncle, see Sect Master, see Patriarch. The entire group saluted Wang Tian by different titles. So, he nodded to them with a smile. Father, what do you mean by the Yang family? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Tian looked into the sky with deep eyes. In the sun, there used to be 2 emperor lineages living there, the Samadhi True Fire sect, which is a Taoist sect with 3 great emperors, and the royal demon race, the Golden Crow with 2 great emperors. These 2 factions used to fight for countless years. However, they managed to form a peace treaty that lasted for a long time. Well, until 2 generations ago. During your grandfather's generation, the winner of the Heaven Will battle was called Yang Chen, and he single-handedly elevated his family from a supreme tier 1 to an emperor lineage. Afterwards, he moved his Yang family to the sun after his ascension to emperorhood. Since then, a battle between these 3 factions often occurred, resulting in this phenomenon that you see. Wang Wei had his brow raised after hearing that. Don't these people fear that their battle will actually affect all the cultivators living in the land? Of course not. They all know that the reason that the other factions ignore them occupying the sun was due to the fact that the environment is not conducive for anyone but people with special physique or cultivation methods. However, if one day their battle actually interfered with the myriad emperor world in a negative way, they know that their only result would be to be surrounded by all the factions of the world. Wang Wei nodded, but then no longer cared about this problem since it did not affect him that much. After seeing his son reaction, Wang Tian reminded, you better pay attention to the Yang family. From the information the sect received, they most likely have an emperor offspring. All of Wang Wei's group with the exception of Tai Geng looked at Wang Tian with a surprised look on their faces. This cannot blame them as emperor offsprings are very rare things. Emperor offsprings referred to the child of a great emperor after proving the Tao. It is common knowledge that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes to conceive children. However, the difficulty reached another entire level when it comes to great emperors, as they are considered a higher dimension of life. How can a high-dimensional life form procreate with a lower-dimensional one? However, despite the statistical odds, it still happens sometimes. As a result, these people are called emperor offsprings, and they possess terrifying talents at birth. Chapter 183. Emperor offsprings are the pinnacle of bloodline aristocratic, as the direct bloodline of an emperor runs through their body. As such, not only are they extremely talented when it comes to cultivating, their bloodlines provide them with unimaginable powers. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, there have been a few emperor offsprings born, and the majority of them managed to follow their parents' footsteps and also proved the Tao. Only a few failed during their generation's heaven will battle. However, the shocking news that this group was about to receive today was far from over. "What's more," said Wang Tian to his son, "he's not even the only emperor offspring that has shown up in this generation. According to the information that we received, the Golden Crow clan has a three-legged golden crow born in this generation." "Wait, father, that does not make any sense. Where does this other emperor offspring come from?" "Logically speaking, since in each generation there can only be one great emperor, there also can only be one emperor offspring unless the emperor gave birth to twins. This three-legged golden crow is the child of Emperor True Yang Fire. However, she failed during her heaven will battle. But she slept in bloodstones for countless generations until she was woken up in this generation. However, you do not need to worry about her for now, as she is already in the peak of the supreme realm and just waiting for the heaven will battle. Well, unless she decides to recultivate." Wang Wei took notice of the fact that his father used the pronoun she to identify the gender of this heaven chosen. However, he still had some doubts. "How do you know that she will not be a problem?" Wang Tian looked at his son, secretly nodding in satisfaction in how observant he always was. After she was awakening, many of the emperor lineages received the news. So, we banded together to put pressure on the Golden Crow together. We agreed that she should not intervene in the younger generation's growth in any shape or form, otherwise, we will not hesitate to exterminate their clans. Wang Wei could guess the reason that the emperor lineages acted this way. In this glorious age where many powerful and extremely talented heaven chosens are born, many people believe that they have a chance to win this generation's heaven will. However, the appearance of this three-legs golden crow might actually ruin that chance, given the overwhelming advantages that she had over the still-growing heaven chosens of this generation. So, they banded together to cut the danger in the bud. However, Wang Wei guessed that the Yang clan was not feeling very well now, given the fact that their emperor offsprings have to face one of his kind, and one that is way more powerful and more experienced than him. Of course, the people suffering the most were the Samadhi True Fire sect. If they do not have a heaven chosen to represent them on the world stage, then their situation will become very passive, being stuck between the other two factions. After watching the fire phenomenon, Wang Wei and his group returned to his room to continue their discussion. Wang Wei then asked them what talents they have received. Li Jun received 2 talents, 1 growth and 1 taboo, which was a great surprise to Wang Wei. However, after hearing what the taboo talent was, he sighed before saying, "Hopefully, there never comes a day that you have to use this talent." After that, Wang Wei looked at Yan Liling, who then explained, "My talent is an extraordinary one called pill synthesis. It allows me to create any pill formula just by deciding the function of the pill." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei. It's not that he did not understand her worlds, but he simply could not believe that such a heaven-defying talents exist, let alone it is just an extraordinary one. Yan Liling organized her words for a while. "An example would be that I wanted to create a brand new pill that can increase origin essence. All I have to do is activate my talents, then all the materials, the ration, and the runes needed to invent this pill will appear in my mind." "Isn't that a little heaven-defying?" suddenly asked Tai Gang. Even with the little knowledge he has absorbed in the past few years, he knew that this was simply terrifying. Yan Liling nodded her head. "You are right. all the recipes that I create have to be based on my knowledge reserve. So, if I have no knowledge of something, it is impossible for it to work. For example, if I wanted to create a pill that provides immortality, then my talent would be useless as the scope of knowledge is beyond my understanding. Wang Wei nodded as this restriction made more sense, but he still said, "Your talent is not that simple. I'm guessing that even if something is out of the scope of your knowledge, this talent will probably still guide you to ways to make up for it, right?" Yan Liling was a little surprised by Wang Wei's words. "Big brother, you are so smart that you figure this out so quickly. In the past few years, I tried to make a top-grade Earth-tier pill, however, I kept failing. However, when I tried using my talent, I suddenly felt a mysterious power guiding me to find the answer to the reason that I kept failing. After that, I guess that this talent can probably guide me to find the answers to any problem I'm facing when it comes to alchemy, even if it is outside my expertise." Wang Wei nodded with a little bit of envy on his face. Although his alchemy talent is also very high, it is nothing compared to the innate talent of Yan Liling. Moreover, in the past few years, he has been more focused on array and refining and did not pay attention to alchemy as much, especially since Yan Liling came to the team and took the role of alchemist. Although Wang Wei was a little envious, it only lasted for a brief moment. He did not really care, as he did not really consider himself an alchemist. The only reason that he studied these professions was to prepare himself for the worse. If one day he needed this knowledge to save his life, then he would be ready or prepared. After asking about Yan Liling's talent, it was Tai Gang's turn, so he said, "My talent is a growth one called life sharing. It allows me to share vitality with people around me. The more people there are, the more vitality is shared. Unfortunately, this ability is useless in a frontal battle, as the person who shared vitality with me has to be weaker than me by a whole realm and has to be present." However, Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing about this talent. "You are overlooking the true purpose of this talent, training troops. Imagine if you create a large army that links their vitality together. These soldiers would essentially be immortal because as long as one soldier is injured, they can absorb the vitality of the entire army to heal themselves. Unless someone used a powerful attack that instantly killed the soldiers, essentially they would be undying cockroaches." Tai Gang's eyes also lit up after hearing this. At first he thought that his innate talent was lame due to its severe restrictions, however it appeared that he overlooked its true function. This talent was not meant for single battle, but to raise powerful troops. Tai Gang knew that the reason that he was chosen to be one of Wang Wei's generals was because of the charisma he displayed in the lower realm. However, in the past few years, Tai Gang has been worried that he would not be able to do his job properly, that his so-called charisma only works in the lower realm. However, with this innate talent, it is not difficult to create an undead army that brings fear to all of Wang Wei's enemies. Tai Gang then suddenly remembered how he trained his army back in the Iron Fist Kingdom. He installed the fever of war, death and blood into all his soldiers, into the heart of all his citizens. Now, all he has to do is recreate the same fever again. What's more, with this talent, he can be even more extreme and completely remove the fear of death in his soldiers. After thinking about this, an extreme confidence suddenly emanated from Tai Gang's body. He then gazed at Li Jun with a provoking look on his face before looking away. Li Jun, however, just smiled as he could guess what this guy was thinking. More importantly, he knew that his big brother was using this method to secretly encourage Tai Gang and bring back the confident Iron Fist King that dared to challenge him during the trial. Wang Wei and his team talked about many things for a few hours before everyone left to do their own thing. As for Wang Wei, he went to the library and took out a booklet with the title, Rainbow Escape Art. This was the last preparation he needed to do before his fight with Han Li a year later. Chapter 184. The Rainbow Escape Art is an emperor-tier technique created by the Rainbow Emperor, the second great emperor of the Yan family after the Sword Empress. The Rainbow Emperor cultivated the Tao of speed, and she was considered one of the fastest emperors that have ever existed in the myriad emperor world. She ranked along with the Void Emperor, the Light Emperor, the Mindspeed Emperor, and the Time-Skipping Emperor. Wang Wei once wondered who would win if these giants ever raced. Little did he know that this thing actually happened out there in the world. These great emperors from different eras met and had a heaven-defying race. As a result, the Mindspeed Emperor was the winner, while the Rainbow Emperor came in second. As for the reason she was so fast, it was because her rainbow escape art followed the idea that if you are fast enough, you can escape time, space, life and death. At the highest level of this technique, a cultivator can reach a state of constant and eternal movement. Then, the person standing in front of you is the real one, but a shadow created by the after image of his movement. In other words, the person will become untouchable. Wang Wei wanted to cultivate this technique in order to make up for the deficiency in his speed and prepared for his battle in a year against Han Li. While Wang Wei was in retreat again, the #1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li, received an invitation to a duel from Wang Wei. He was surprised at first, then excited. He thought that he would have to wait a while in order to have a chance to avenge himself, but now an opportunity has presented itself to him. However, after calming down his excitement, Han Li realized that this challenge was in fact a grave insult to him. His opponent was more than 2 great realms lower than him, but dared to challenge him. Does he think that he is like those other people that the heaven-chosens of other factions used as a stepping stone? As a person with the number 12 Heavenly Thunder physique, he is still considered a heaven-chosen that can still fight in the heaven will battle for this generation, and yet he was treated as a stepping stone by someone else. As such, Han Li wanted to refuse the fight, however he kept remembering what his master told him that the sect did to him. He thought of all the pain he suffered, so he gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. Furthermore, Han Li knew that if he refused, then news of this would soon spread throughout the entire sect. And Han Li was right. News of the Battle of the Sacred Sun was soon spread throughout all the disciples and elders of the sect. Many people could not wait for the year to pass by quickly. Tianwei Peak, sect master Wang Tian also received the news about the battle between these two. She muttered, "Has the time for you to take that step arrive?" Wang Tian was not worried about his son even a little bit. He knew that Wang Wei never does anything without being sure, that taking risks was not in his son's nature. This was proven by the fact that he took a year before actually fighting Han Li. According to Wang Tian's understanding of his son, after tempering his bones, there was no way that Han Li was a match for him. However, he still made sure to make up for his other weaknesses in order to better prepare. After pondering for a while, Wang Tian suddenly said to the empty hall, "Shadow, go watch Long Bow closely to make sure that he doesn't make any strange action." There was no sound after Wang Tian spoke out loud, however he knew that the shadow had heard him and went to execute his order. Meanwhile, he suddenly thought to himself, after this battle, it should be time for the academy to open. And just like that, a year passed by. Wang Wei opened his gray eyes and exhaled lightly, however his breath traveled in the air like a small arrow and broke the wooden floor after landing. In just 1 year, Wang Wei has managed to cultivate the rainbow escape art to the point of being usable in battle, so he was more than satisfied. The reason that he sighed was due to the fact that in 1 year, he only managed to cultivate 1 more origin pattern, which made him having only 2 50th origin patterns. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knows that 1 origin pattern in 1 year is a very fast speed, but he could not help complaining because of the vast difference between cultivating in the divine altar realm and the supernatural realm. However, this kind of thing is common knowledge in the cultivating world. The higher the cultivating level, the longer time it takes to cultivate. Hence, the reason for longer lifespans. Cultivators in the supernatural realm have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar realm. And Wang Wei has more than 30,000 years of lifespan due to his special physique. This amount of lifespan is the same as cultivators in the divine body realm. After exiting his cultivation retreat, Wang Wei only called Wang Ju to discuss recent events. After seeing her, he was quite surprised as her aura was dramatically stronger than before. "Did you finish digesting the Dao washing pill?" he asked. "Yes, young master. I would like to thank you for the pill. With it, not only has my strength increased, more importantly, my talent has also improved. As such, I will not have any problem keeping up with your pace in the future." Well, there is no need to thank me as you deserve it for all the years you have spent taking care of me, nodded Wang Wei. Then, the two discussed the events that happened in the past year. Unfortunately, there was not much news except for the movement of a few heaven chosens. Afterwards, Wang Wei then asked Wang Ju to tell Han Li that their battle will take place a few days later. So this news once again quickly spread throughout the entire sect. A few days later, Han Li was standing in an arena waiting for Wang Wei. This arena was especially designed for the sects competition. As such, there were many powerful formations engraved on it to prevent the destructive power of the participants from affecting the audience. Furthermore, this arena could withstand the strength of the peak of the void-shattered realm. Meaning, this arena could even withstand the power of law. While Han Li was waiting, all the disciples were waiting with excitement while talking with each other. They were debating who would be the winner of this battle. The majority of people believed that Wang Wei would win without any doubt. This can't be helped. His halo of genius was too strong. Adding to that the terrible heavenly tribulation that he survived a year ago, many people were rooting for him. As for the other disciples, they believed that Han Li would be the winner. Not because he was better than Wang Wei, it was because he had a higher cultivation level. As a matter of fact, the disciples were not the only ones debating the outcome of this battle. Even the sect's elders and great elders were doing the same. Not many people actually had confidence in Han Li. The majority of them have seen the battle between Ji Song and their young master. The last stroke that he made during that battle was truly amazing. And that was still when he was in the divine altar realm and he had not tempered his bones yet. However, not all the elders believed in Wang Wei, especially the ones that have sided with great elder Long Bo. They all knew that the current Han Li was not the same as the previous one. Luckily for everyone present, they did not have to wait long as they soon saw a rainbow rapidly rushing from the Wang clan mountain before landing on the arena, showing Wang Wei with his dazzling gray hair and his deep eyes that could see through anyone's fate. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, the boisterous audiences instantly became quiet, and he became the center of attention. After landing, Wang Wei observed his opponent. Han Li was dressed in a yellow ancient robe. He had fair skin and he could be considered handsome. Lightning could be seen constantly flashing in his eyes, which also displayed a terrible hatred. After finishing checking his opponent, Wang Wei then said with a calm face, "It is about time this farce was over. After I beat you down, I can finally suppress these annoying flies that dare to question my rise to the top." Han Li's face became ugly after hearing this, and it was not just him. The majority of the sectarian faction that supported Long Bo had an ugly look on their faces. As for Han Li, he snorted coldly after hearing this. "Do you think it is acceptable what you did to me? A member of the same sect?" Wang Wei was calmed after hearing this. "If that is your tactic, then you are an even bigger disappointment than I thought. Look out at Ji Song, he suffered the same fate as you, but he did not complain one bit. Instead, he challenged me in order to avenge himself and proved himself. I respect him for that, as he is a person who knows that the path of emperor is built on the bones and blood of others, leaving a trail of broken dreams and shattered hope. So, let me ask you, are you a little worm that uses the power of public opinion to avenge himself, or are you going to use your fist to prove yourself like a real warrior?" Han Li's face became even more ugly after hearing this. He knew that his plan had failed, so took a deep breath before saying, "In that case, let this fight begin." Chapter 185. As a matter of fact, Han Li's original plan was to tell what Wang Wei and the sect did to him in order to ruin his reputation. Then he and his master could use the advantage of public opinion to amass power. Unfortunately, not only did Wang Wei not care about being exposed, he even called him a whining little bitch. So, in a burst of anger, he ignored his master's previous plan and decided to prove himself. So, he mobilized all his powers. The clouds in the sky suddenly gathered, turning the whole arena into a dark and somber mood. Many of the disciples marveled at Han Li's power. Meanwhile, Great Elder Long Bo's face was very ugly. He could easily see that Wang Wei provoked his disciples in order to prevent him from saying anything, and the stupid kid fell for it. And had he followed the original plan, they could still have ruined his reputation. After all, no disciples would like to know that their sects can sacrifice them for the benefit of others without their consents. And even if the clan factions managed to control the situation and reverse Wang Wei's image problem, he could still plant a seed of doubt, of resistance inside the disciples' hearts. But now, everything is over. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the angered Han Li. I thought you would say something stupid like sealing your cultivation on the same level as me. Han Li snorted coldly. I have learned the hard way that when a lion hunts a rabbit, it still has to use all his strength. Well, it has not yet been decided who is the lion and who is the rabbit, replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, he took a punch stand, before clutching his hand, then a crack sound followed Wang Wei's action. The sounds could be heard throughout the entire arena, making all the disciples wonder how powerful the young sect master's fleshly body was. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch. Boom! The air exploded following the trajectory of his fist. Then, a powerful force travels into the air rushing straight towards Han Li. Suddenly, yellow thunder manifested around Han Li and he also threw a powerful punch. Boom! An explosion occurred after the two attacks met. Then Han Li was pushed backward by a few steps. Wang Wei was a little surprised by Han Li's fleshly body, but he quickly figured out the reason for it. So, he rushed straight towards his opponent and faced him head-on. However, Han Li was smart and refused to clash head-on with Wang Wei, knowing that his fleshly body was nowhere as powerful as him. So, he threw a powerful punch, then a giant thunder fist appeared before rushing straight towards Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei just extended his innate field to block the attack, before rushing towards Han Li instantly and throwing a powerful punch. Boom! Another explosion occurred in the arena. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not hit anything as his opponent managed to easily evade his attack. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw another punch while roaring, "Wing Calamity!" Countless black wind blades enveloped the entire arena, wishing to cult everything and everyone into countless tiny pieces. Han Li's face became ugly after seeing this, so waves his hand to manifest a thunder sphere to protect himself, and he succeeded in preventing the wind blades from cutting him. However, before he could react, he heard his opponent said, "Flame Calamity," then a terrifying black flames covered the arena, wishing to destroy anything in its path. As for Han Li, his lightning shield was instantly destroyed, giving the black flame the opportunity to reach him. In a last act of desperation, Han Li raised his hand in the air, then a powerful thunder fell from the sky and turned into a giant thunder being that protected him. Unfortunately, the black flame still reached him and burned many parts of his arms and torso. However, the lightning seemed to have healing abilities, so his injuries were only superficial. As for Wang Wei, he took a brief moment to check the power of his new move. After tempering his bones to great perfection, he can now use the Flame Calamity in the ancient desolate body refining scripture. While this terrifying battle took place, all the disciples in the audience had a shocked look on their faces. If it was not the powerful formations that prevented the spread of these attacks, all of them would probably be killed by any of these attacks. As for Han Li, he looked at Wang Wei inside his Thunder Giant armor with an umly look on his face. He knew that if he did not use all his hidden cards as soon as possible, then not only would he lose this fight, he would not be able to even injure his opponent. Then, the thunder armor around Han Li shrunk until he entered his body, then thunder around his body turned from yellow to blue. Not only the thunder around Han Li that turned blue, but his entire body, he essentially turned into a Thunder Man. As a matter of fact, Han Li wanted to use his supernatural realm's innate talent that allows him to borrow the heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth to punish his enemy. However, before the fight, his master warned him that if he used this method, Wang Wei would most likely use the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshly body. And according to Wang Wei's past behaviors, Han Li knew that his master was probably correct, so he had to use his advantage, speed. After turning into a Thunder Man, Han Li rushed straight towards Wang Wei and punched him straight into the location of his heart. Wang Wei, who failed to respond in time, was pushed a few meters, sliding in the arena. However, there was not even a scratch on his clothes, let alone him. Afterwards, Wang Wei frowned for a brief moment before turning into a rainbow and rushed towards Han Li, leaving 15 booming sounds in his wake. Unfortunately, it was of no use. No matter how he attacked, he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Despite having the speed of Mach 15, Wang Wei's speed was still outclassed by Han Li's. Moreover, while his attacks kept missing his opponent, the same cannot be said for Han Li's attacks. Every time he evades an attack, he would counter with one of his own. Unfortunately, Han Li's attacks were ineffective. As a result of this, the two fighters became vexed at the situation of the battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly stopped attacking, then closed his eyes. Wang Wei predicted this possible outcome, as he knew that although he had the strength, defense, and stamina of a peak primordial spirit cultivator, his speed was the problem. So he rushed to cultivate the rainbow escape art before fighting with Han Li in order to make up for his defect. Unfortunately, he underestimated Han Li's true speed. However, Wang Wei also had a backup plan for this situation: his intuition. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei can perfectly see every one of Han Li's attacks, but he cannot react in time to do something about it. He could not even capture him. So, he came up with a plan to deal with this situation. Back when he was on Earth, Wang Wei's intuition ability was actually an active one. He could use it to make decisions in his career, to decide which people to trust in his life, and even to know when someone lied to him. However, after his reincarnation, his intuition ability became a passive one instead. It only served as a warning of danger to him or a way to remind to pay attention to certain things that he might have overlooked. So, Wang Wei decided to use this battle to turn his intuition into a battle instinct that allows him to react as fast as his subconscious. Wang Wei knew how fast his subconscious was just by the fact that he could slow down the movement of everything around him when he was just a mortal back in the Spirit Road trial. This was further proven by the fact that his divine sense could still see Han Li's every movement. Meanwhile, Han Li was puzzled by Wang Wei's behavior, but he did show any mercy because his opponent closed his eyes. On the contrary, he believed that this was probably some kind of tactic that was being prepared to deal with him. So, Han Li increased the rate of his attack against the seemingly defenseless Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it was no use. This time, his attacks did not even move Wang Wei a single step, a feat which greatly bewildered Han Li, thus making him frown. After close observation, he saw that Wang Wei's innate field was connected to the ground, rooting him to the arena. As such, Han Li pondered using his most powerful attacks to prevent his opponent from accomplishing his purpose. Chapter 186. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Li refused to do so. The reason is that he was unwilling. Despite the fact he did not seal his cultivation to the same level of Wang Wei, his pride was still hurt that he had to use his higher cultivation to fight someone on a lower level than him. So, Han Li increased the blue lightning around his body, thus further increasing his speed. He began to attack Wang Wei with punches after punches. Boom, boom, boom. Each of his attacks created powerful explosions that spread lightning all around the arena. However, it was useless. Wang Wei was still glued to the ground, all the attacks had zero effect on him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was deep into a meditative state, trying to allow his intuition to take over his body. As a matter of fact, he was not just doing this randomly and without any basic guideline. According to Wang Wei's guess, since his intuition ability came to this world with him, then it proved that this gift was the result of his soul. So, all he has to do is tap into the potential of his soul and activate this ability again. And he succeeded. During one of Han Li's attacks, lightning from Wang Wei's tempered muscles suddenly traveled throughout his body, then his body moved by instinct and evaded Han Li's attack, an act which greatly horrified him. Han Li refused to believe that what he saw was real, so he overloaded his body to further increase his body. At this point, his speed reached more than Mach 50. However, it was no use. With his eyes closed, Wang Wei easily dodged any attacks that Han Li threw at him. Wang Wei found himself in a mysterious state where his body moved on his own accord. No, to be precise, he was no longer using his brain to move but directly use his soul to determine his next action. As a result, His reaction reached an unimaginable level. Now, not only could he see Han Li's movement, he could also dodge his attacks. Then, Wang Wei opened his eyes looking at Han Li with a calm smile on his face. However, to Han Li, this smile was nothing but his opponent mocking him. Enraged once again, he rushed to directly attack Wang Wei's heart, wanting to kill him in a fit of rage. Unfortunately for him, right before his lightning hand reached its destination, Wang Wei caught Han Li with his left hand. Han Li was instantly horrified, so the lightning around his body further increased in intensity as he tried to get free from his opponent's firm grip, but it was useless. So, Han Li used his remaining hand to attack, however, it was still useless. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched the struggling Han Li with his deep gray eyes. Suddenly, the #1 contemporary sacred son felt a deep fear enveloping his mind, making him stop his attacks. Then, countless tattoo-like patterns appeared all over Wang Wei's body. He raised his right hand and punched forward. Bang! A thumping sound riveted throughout the arena, then Han Li started screaming out loud. No, to be precise, he was squealing like a pig that was about to be slaughtered. However, Wang Wei just looked at him with his cold and indifferent eyes. Then he continued his pummeling. Punches after punches hit Han Li. They hit his stomach, making vomit blood mixed with saliva. They hit his face, breaking many of the bones in his skull. And during the entire situation, he did not stop squealing. Many of the disciples grimaced at Han Li's scream, thinking about how painful these attacks must be for him to behave like this. Meanwhile, in the elder booth, many people were commenting on the battle. "Is that one of the young master's innate talent?" asked Great Elder Li Jiang. "Apparently so. It seemed to have the ability to intensify pain by a few hundred folds. This is a talent with a lot of potential. Imagine having to fight an opponent while being distracted by intense and uncontrollable pain. I bet that this talent has other abilities as well." Many of the elders nodded after hearing this. While the upper echelons of the sect were leisurely discussing this battle, Han Li felt like he was in hell, and that his misery would never end. Every time Wang Wei punched him, he felt that all the nerves in his body became extremely sensitive, so after each attack, the pain he received was instantly magnified by 100 times. On top of that, he felt that the pain of each previous attack kept increasing. It was as if the pain of these attacks were stacking up on top of each other. What's worse is the fact that the pain seemed to have an effect on his spirit, making it impossible for him to think normally. As a last resort, Han Li suddenly took out a staff and hit Wang Wei with it. With a tremendous amount of force, he was sent flying a few meters, thus separating the two of them. After being separated, Wang Wei first looked at the tattoos or patterns all over his body, even his face. He knew that this was a side effect of the supernatural realm. When using origin essence in the body, the origin pattern in the body would reflect in real lives through these tattoos in the body. Although Wang Wei did not like these patterns from an aesthetic point of view, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Furthermore, these things will eventually go away after he breaks through the divine body realm. After that, Wang Wei looked at the staff in the hand of Han Li and he muttered, "Proven Dao artifact." Wang Wei knew that after a cultivator reached the divine body realm, they will refine a proven Dao artifact, which is an origin weapon or artifact that will accompany a cultivator throughout his entire life until he or she manages to prove the Dao. Then the proven Dao artifact will turn into an emperor artifact after being baptized by the heaven will. This particular artifact is bonded directly to a cultivator's Dao or path, so it is very important. If something were to happen to a cultivator's proven Dao artifact, then they would suffer from backlash and become greatly injured. And unlike other origin artifacts, proven Dao artifacts cannot be changed or traded after being created. As such, he was not surprised by the fact that Han Li had such a weapon. Wang Wei has spent a great deal of time thinking about what proven Dao artifact he will refine in the future and what ability it could have. However, he has not made any real decision as of yet. Personally, Wang Wei does not like weapons. To him, they are nothing but external aids, thus the reason that he tried so hard to turn his body into the ultimate weapon. He did not want to rely too much on origin artifacts. He knew that this idea was somewhat radical, as origin weapons and artifacts are as much part of a cultivator's strength as any cultivating technique. Nevertheless, that did not change his perception in this matter. As a result of this, Wang Wei rarely used any weapons during his battles. Meanwhile, Han Li was breathing hard with clenched teeth while holding his proven Dao artifact, which was a staff that reached the top-grade Earth tier level. Unlike other origin weapons that can reach a very high level right after refinement based on the materials used and the accomplishment of the refiner, proven Dao artifacts are different. They start from the lowest level low-grade profound tier, then slowly upgrade their tiers based on the nourishment of the cultivator that they belong to. So, it can be seen that Han Li spent a great deal of time taking care of it, from the fact that his proven Dao artifact already reached the top-grade Earth tier despite the fact that Han Li reached the primordial spirit realm not long ago. After taking a few moments to regain his bearings, a cold and ruthless light flashed across Han Li's eyes. Then, a black aura appeared on his staff, followed by black lightning. As soon as the black lightning manifested itself, a powerful and suppressing aura suddenly enveloped the entire arena. All the disciples suddenly felt as if they were about to be annihilated the next moment. Many people were surprised by this black lightning, as the memories of it were deeply imprinted in their mind, their souls. And they were shocked to see someone actually control this kind of power. Many of the sect's elders looked at the gloating longbow with shock in their eyes. They did not expect for him to provide this kind of hidden card to his disciple. As for Wang Wei, a gleam of light flashed from his eyes after seeing the black thunder and lightning. Then he said, "Divine punishment thunder." Chapter 187. Han Li started laughing before saying with gritted teeth, "You are correct, and I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. If you did not attract heavenly punishment on yourself, I would never have the chance to gain this power. You do not need to boast so much. There is no way that you could really control divine punishment thunder. At best, it is a weakened version of it," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Maybe, but it is still enough to kill you." After saying that, Han Li waved his staff, then a black lightning bolt rushed towards Wang Wei, who used the Flame Calamity attack in response. Wang Wei's black flame and Han Li's black lightning clashed. However, there was no explosion one would expect. The black lightning instantly destroyed the heavenly destruction flame and hit Wang Wei straight into his stomach. Wang Wei's defense was no use for this lightning. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones were completely destroyed, leaving a big hole in the middle of his chest. Luckily for him, he moved all his organs around in his body so that they were not affected. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the hole on his chest with a calm look on his face. He then started to use the ancient desolate body refining scripture in order to refine the black thunder in his muscles. However, he failed. The divine punishment lightning further destroyed his muscles instead of being absorbed by them. So, Wang Wei stopped his attack and stomped on the ground, removing the thunder from his body. Following this, Wang Wei activated his life and death wheel innate talent, absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy around him. Then, in just a few seconds, the hole on his chest was completely healed, not leaving even the slightest mark. Han Li frowned after seeing this, so he waved his staff again to throw another lac thunderbolts at his opponent. As for Wang Wei, he used a new method called Thunderflame Calamity. This is a technique that combines the elemental powers in both his muscles and his bones, and Wang Wei learned it from the ancient desolate body refining scripture during his retreat. After using this attack, countless thunder and flame enveloped the entire arena, trying to stop the black thunder. However, this powerful attack only managed to weaken it. As such, Wang Wei threw another punch. This time he used the Thunder Wind Calamity. Countless wind blades with thunder flashing on them attacked the remaining black thunder. Boom! With a powerful explosion, the black thunder was completely annihilated. A powerful shock wave traveled from the epicenter of the explosion all around the arena. Luckily for the watching disciples, a powerful formation appeared that blocked the shock wave from reaching them. Han Li had an ugly look on his face when he realized that his opponent only needed 2 attacks in order to stop his one move. It might seem that he had the advantage, but he knew that with Wang Wei's terrible stamina, these powerful attacks were nothing but child play to him. So, Han Li mobilized more divine punishment thunder from his staff, then a dragon-shaped lightning manifested itself before heading straight for Wang Wei. Although this attack was powerful, Han Li still paid a price for using it. If someone were to look closely at his hand, they would find that they were burned by his own thunder. As for Wang Wei, he did not care about Han Li's increase in strength. To him, this battle was nothing but a way to quickly acquire the position of Sacred Son, and to test out his new strength in battle. So, after using more than 4 calamity punches, the divine punishment Thunder Dragon was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Han Li suddenly realized that he might not win this battle, so he took drastic measures. He bit the tip of his tongue, drawing a few drops of his source blood and spitting them on his proven Dao artifact. Then, the black lightning that he could use suddenly increased. With a wave of his staff, 3 more thunder dragons appeared, exuding a supreme will that wishes to punish any person that stood in their ways. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he knew that he needed to take things seriously. So, he clenched his hand and prepared one of his most powerful attacks. All parts of his body started to vibrate. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones, his origin essence and his soul. World-breaking fist, roared Wang Wei as he punched forwards. Bang! The entire Dao opening sect trembled slightly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and many tiny space cracks could be seen appearing around Wang Wei's fist. All 3 of the black thunder dragons were instantly destroyed, and Han Li was sent flying until he hit the protecting arrays that separated the arena with the audience. As for Wang Wei, he did not wait for his opponent to get up and rush towards him with all his speed. However, Han Li was not fully incapacitated. Black lightning suddenly appeared from his body and rushed straight to the approaching Wang Wei. Unfortunately, after these thunder destroyed the approaching Wang Wei, they eventually turned into countless rainbow lights before dispersing. This was a technique from the rainbow escape art. Han Li's face turned ugly after seeing this, however, before he could even react, Wang Wei was already behind. Without hesitation, he grabbed Han Li's 2 hands, including the one still holding the staff, and ripped them apart. Blood started to spill all over Han Li's empty sockets as he screamed in agony in the grounds. As for Wang Wei, he completely ignored his opponent's scream as he concentrated on the staff on his hand. He could tell that the reason that Han Li was able to control the divine punishment thunder was due to this weapon, hence the reason he ripped this guy's weapon off his hand. Well, forget the fact that he meant that quite literally. After that, Wang Wei used his origin essence and divine sense to seal this weapon and prevent his owner from calling it back. As for Han Li, after screaming in pain for a few seconds, he stopped as a ruthless light flashed across his eyes. Then, a pale person that looked exactly like him came out of Han Li's body. This was his primordial spirit. Then, the primordial spirit rushed straight into Wang Wei's body, heading for his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he entered, he saw a massive purple cloud with gray outlines floating above him. Then, a supreme pressure enveloped the primordial spirit, making it impossible to move. For some reason, Han Li felt like this purple cloud was smiling at him. Soon he knew the reason. The powerful divine sense started to search the memory of the primordial spirit. He tried to resist, but it was useless. The divine sense seemed to be searching for something specific from his memory. And after a few seconds, it found what it was looking for and took it. Afterwards, Han Li's primordial spirit was pushed out of Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, returning to his owner's body. As for Han Li, he was not happy that he was not killed. On the contrary, he was furious. He started to laugh hysterically on the floor. His laughter contained a certain madness, a deep and profound sadness. "So, that's it is," yelled Han Li after forcing himself to stand up, despite his missing 2 arms. However, the hysteria on his face was not gone. "It all makes sense now. I finally understood. You have been scheming against me and my master for more than 100 years, yelled Han Li while looking at Wang Wei with pure hatred in his eyes. "More than a century ago, when you experienced divine punishment thunder, the sect master called all the elders to come to help. With my master's contradiction with the other factions, he would never have come to help. However, suddenly, one of his advisors gave him the idea of capturing divine punishment thunder in order for me to refine and increase my strength. So, with excitement, he followed the advice. The madness in Han Li's eyes increased as he continued to narrate past events. His eyes had already turned completely red, signifying that he was on the verge of bedevilment. Little did he know that this was actually your calculation. You wanted to use divine punishment thunder to temper your body. However, this kind of thunder is extremely destructive. Without the proper method, it is impossible to use. So, you used me who possessed the heavenly thunder physique to create the method needed to refine the black thunder. Only a person with my physique have the ability to create a method to refine divine punishment thunder. You probably guessed that my master would use the pain and misery I suffered to motivate me. After all, what better way to motivate someone than through pure hatred and desire for revenge? Little did I know that I was only a little fish hooked to your bait. To be precise, everyone can be your little hooked fish. Whether it was Crown Prince Ji Song, me, or even my master. Young Master Wang Wei. No, Sacred Son Wang Wei, you are worthy of being one of the most talented members of the sect in countless generations. Chapter 188. Thank you for the compliment, replied Wang Wei calmly while secretly reviewing the method that Han Li used to refine the divine punishment thunder. Said Han Li. I'm guessing that even if I did not intrude in your sea of consciousness, you probably even have other plans on how to get that technique from me. It is probably through the members of my inner circle. I am guessing that many of them have already been infiltrated by your people. It would be easy for you to manipulate a few of them to trick me into giving them the technique. However, this time Wang Wei did not answer him. Meanwhile, all the other disciples were shocked by Han Li's revelation. They were terrified by the fact that Wang Wei could actually scheme against someone for more than 100 years in order to get some sort of technique. According to Han Li, even a great elder in the Saint Realm was also easily calculated by the young sect master. Of course, the person currently most furious was of course Great Elder Longbow. He did not expect that he was schemed by a younger generation without even knowing him anything about it. What's even worse was the fact that there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing his disciples' words, a flash of killing intent appeared in Longbow's eyes. However, immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful pressure locked on him. He knew that this was a warning against him. And this warning came directly from the true Monarch's supreme elders. So, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. As for Han Li, after venting his emotions, he smiled crazily. Well, Sacred Son, you can calculate everything. Did you calculate this? Boom. A powerful explosion enveloped the entire arena, creating a mushroom cloud a few thousand kilometers high. Countless space cracks appeared. Although the protecting arrays still protected the surrounding area, the arena still shook tremendously. Cracks could be seen appearing everywhere amidst the terrible heat. This explosion was due to Han Li blowing up his primordial soul in a suicided attempt to kill Wang Wei in his madness. What's more, this suicided attack actually reached the level of the Void Shatter realm, a fact which was proven by the fact that the stable space of this world was actually broken. After the explosion site was cleared out of all the fire or heat, Wang Wei was still standing in the middle of the arena, and he was intact, with no injuries whatsoever. And this was not due to his powerful fleshly body, but due to the powerful talisman that he activated right before the explosion. A powerful barrier surrounded him as he looked at the few rags remaining of Han Li. Then he muttered, "Yes, I can also calculate such an outcome." During the trial in the lower realm, Wang Wei had long learned his lesson on enemies that were driven to the verge. Whether it was his fight against Dong Hao or Ji Song, his opponent would always use desperate moves when death approached them. Not to mention that Wang Wei could feel through soul fluctuation that Han Li was not in his best state of mind. So, how could he not take precautions? After the arena calmed down, then everyone suddenly realized what had happened. The number one contemporary Sacred Son tried to kill the young sect master in a suicide attacks. Many people were puzzled by Han Li's actions, while few people could actually guess the reason. No one can easily accept that someone that they thought was their opponent actually treated them as nothing but a chess piece that can move or discard any time. Han Li's suicide attack was actually a last of rebellion in order to show his enemy that he could not calculate everyone, that he has his own will and will not be used as a hooked fish or a discarded chess piece. Unfortunately, in the end, he still failed. Many people signed after thinking about this. Some people admired Han Li's last determined will before his death. Some disdained him and thought that he took the easy way out. He should have waited until he was strong enough to avenge himself. No matter the different opinion that people have of him, his actions will still have some lasting impact. Or maybe not. After the battle was over, Great Long Bow snorted coldly before returning to his own mountain. Unfortunately for him, none of the people who previously followed him left with him. These people are realists. They knew that with Han Li's death, the sectarian faction led by Long Bow no longer had any ways to fight with the other factions. And soon enough, they will be heavily suppressed. So, they wanted to quickly change sides while there was still the opportunity. Meanwhile, Sect Master Wang Tian watched Long Bow flying away as he thought to himself, "Long Bow, I have known you for many years. Although we do not see eye to eye on many things, I still consider you a member of the sect. So, do not force me to do something that I do not want to do." After that, Wang Tian looked at the disciples in the arena before announcing, "Now it is the perfect time for any of the other contemporary sacred sons to challenge Wang Wei to become the sacred son, otherwise the position will go to him." The arena instantly became silent after this announcement. All the other disciples looked at the place where the other contemporary sacred sons were sitting. However, none of these guys moved or said anything. All of them were still in the peak of the divine body realm and were not even a match for Han Li. So, how dare they challenge that demonic genius that almost ripped Han Li apart? Unless they were not afraid of death. After seeing the reaction of these people, Wang Tian then announced, "In that case, the sacred sun ceremony will take place in 7 days." Afterwards, everyone evacuated and headed home to their own abode. Wang Wei returned to the Wang clan mountains in order to further ponder his gain during this battle. As for Wang Tian, he headed back to Tianwei Peak with all the other elders. This was the perfect opportunity to unite all the factions of the sect under one banner for a better future development. Furthermore, he needed to watch Long Bow closely and ensure that he does not do anything stupid. As for Wang Wei, after returning to his seclusion, he started thinking about his strength as he discovered a problem. He could not fully use the power of his physique. Since his fate puppeteer physique is a new one, there is no cultivation technique best suited for him. Although the origin path scripture allows anybody to cultivate it, it cannot bring to full display Wang Wei's physique. One example of that is after breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei can see a bunch of lines on top of people's heads with his divine sense. Instinctively, he knew that these lines were referred to as fate line and contained information about a person's fate, whether it was when they were born, what they have accomplished in their lives, and even things that are going to happen to them in the future. Despite knowing the ability of the fate lines, Wang Wei does not have the ability to observe a person's fate. All he can do is see the fate lines. As such, he knew that he needed a specific technique to be able to do such a thing. However, creating a technique that is perfectly suited for him is not that easy as he needs the perfect opportunity, otherwise the technique he creates might end up being a third-rated one. However, Wang Wei knew that such an opportunity was rapidly approaching. And that was the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The academy contained a powerful artifact known as 3,000 Dao tablets, which contain the enlightenment of many great emperors throughout the ages. So, when the academy officially opens up to the public, many heaven chosens throughout the entire world will head there in an attempt to get access to these tablets, and Wang Wei was one of these people. As long as he becomes enlightened of the 3,000 Dao tablets, he will be able to create a powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his physique, and thus further increase his strength. Chapter 189. After making plans for his foreseeable future, Wang Wei began to review the technique that he got from Han Li's memories. According to its creator, The technique was rudely and simply called Divine Punishment Thunder Refining. After taking a brief moment to review this secret technique, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. The reason for that was due to the fact this method requires a proven Dao artifact in order to cultivate. And Wang Wei will not have one of these things until he breaks through the divine body realm. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt like it might have been better to wait to use heavenly tribulation to reach the realm of great perfection for his muscle. After spending a few seconds secretly complaining, Wang Wei regained his bearing. He knew that it was better to use divine punishment thunder than any other form of heavenly tribulations. However, he has to modify this secret technique to make sure that a proven Dao artifact is no longer necessary when cultivating. After taking a few days in cultivating retreat, Wang Wei went out in order to prepare for his ceremony. As part of the ceremony, Wang Wei was granted a very fancy dress. It was a purple ancient garment with gold lines carved on them. He had a very fancy crown-like headband in his top knot that matched his outfit. This outfit made his already very prominent noble temperament even more noticeable. It seemed that the color purple was made for him. Of course, Wang Wei was satisfied with his new clothes not because the color was pleasing to the eye, but because of the protection that these clothes provided him. Although his clothes looked like any normal garment, Wang Wei knew that they were in fact full of arrays or formation. These arrays consist of ones that made the clothes perfectly fit him, able to adjust the temperature to his desire, and even able to change color. More importantly, this new garment was full of protective arrays that can protect his life in the case of danger. Of course, he needs to be able to activate them in time. One thing that Wang Wei liked the most about his new clothes was the fact that it had the ability to regrow by itself after being damaged. Wang Wei does not know how many times his clothes have been destroyed in the midst of battle, so he truly appreciated this setting. After dressing himself properly, a ceremony took place in front of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a matter of fact, these kinds of ceremonies where a powerful sect chooses an heir is usually a grand and lavish event. The Dao opening sect would then invite many powerful sects and factions all over the world to witness such an occasion. This was a way to show their wealth, strength, and status, and also a way to show their heaven chosen to the world and warn other people not to mess with him or her. However, in this glorious age, all the factions are being very cautious. As such, not factions including the Dao opening sect actually sent invitations to other people. Even the Eternal Dream sect, a very close ally of the Dao opening sect, was not invited to attend the ceremony. Of course, Wang Wei's image and status will be reported to all the sects of the world. After all, the Dao opening sect still needs to warn other people not to mess with their future sect master. However, this warning might be useless in this glorious age. Many people can feel that a tremendous amount of change will occur after this generation heaven will battle. There is a chance that the new emperor era might end and a new era might be started by this generation's great emperor. As such, they will do anything possible for their future heaven chosen, even if they have to attract the ire of the most powerful sect of the world. During the ceremony, Wang Wei received a token that represented his status as the sacred son. Then, his father explained to him all the rights and powers he had as a sacred son. For example, he can take a large amount of spiritual milk in the Calcify Milk Cave. He can enter many of the sect's secret realm without any need for contribution points. He has access to a mountain of his own. And this mountain is only second to the Tianwei Peak, Sect Master's Mountain, in terms of level of spiritual energy. In general, many of the rights that the sacred son should have were already available to Wang Wei. However, this was not publicly announced to the sect before. Now, things just became official. Of course, there are some powers that he did not have before that he could use now. For example, given the right reasons, he can mobilize any of the Saint Realm cultivators of the sect to take action for him. As for cultivators below the Saint Realm, Wang Wei did not need a reason or excuse to mobilize them. As long as he ordered, all the void-shattered realm cultivators and below can be mobilized by him as his strength. After the ceremony, Wang Wei went to visit his mountain. During this process, a little accident occurred. His mother started crying that he was actually abandoning her, that he did not want her anymore. If Wang Wei did not promise her to visit often and have family dinner with her, he feared that she would cry for days at the foot of his new mountain. Of course, later he learned from his father that the crying was just an act by his mother to guilt-trip him into all these promises. Well, he has to admit that his mother was a better actress than anyone from his past life, because even with his very keen observant ability, he did not discover that she was acting. After arriving at his mountain, the first thing Wang Wei did was to rename the mountain from Absolute Sword Mountain to Dominating Fate Mountain. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he absorbed the vast amount of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. This single breath of him was worth more than a few hundred origin sources. All around, he could see demonic beasts like cranes flying and chirping the air. The grass grew luscious and beautiful. There was a white ancient manor made of wood in the middle of the mountain. Countless beautiful servants stood in rows in the front of the manor. The entire place was like an abode of Immortal taking a leisure vacation in the mortal world. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the manor, Wang Ju, who was in the front of all the other servants, suddenly bowed, "Welcome the sacred sun." Then all the other servants followed her actions. The words, "Welcome the sacred sun," echoed throughout this mountain, and it was in perfect harmony with the cranes flying in the sky. Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. "You may all rise." Then he entered the manor followed by Wang Ju, who started to explain the entire layout of the manor to him. This included all the normal rooms, the medical garden, the alchemy and refining room, and the formations that surrounded not only the manor, but the entire mountain. The entire process took a few hours. If the two of them did not have the ability to fly, this process could have taken days given how vast this manor actually was. Wang Wei guessed that a space-folding formation was placed inside the manor due to the fact that the inside appeared too big compared to the outside. The next day after the ceremony, both Yan Liling and Li Jun came to see him bringing gifts. Then, the three of them had a brief chat. "So, how did the task I gave you go?" asked Wang Wei directly. "It was fine. Besides the number 2 contemporary sacred son who was a little challenging, I easily beat or suppressed all the other ones," replied Li Jun with a big smile on his face. "That's good. Big brother, you should have been there when I beat the 5th-rank contemporary sacred son. I made sure to hit this guy in his face until even his mother could not recognize him." "Hey, who made him more handsome than me?" Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch after hearing this. He remembered a long time ago that this particular contemporary sacred son was voted the most handsome person of the sect. After so many years, he had forgotten about such a thing, but it seemed that the same thing could not be said for Li Jun. After chatting with these two for a while, Wang Wei went back to cultivate. There was still some time before the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. He has a feeling that things are about to become more intense from now on as all the Heaven Chosens are starting to make their debuts on the world stage. Chapter 190. And just like that, another 5 years passed by and Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation. He first checked his infinite divine sea and he saw 7 origin patterns lying on his ancient lamp. Then he stood up while cracking the bones in his body. However, instead of normal popping sounds, his bones sounded like grenades exploding. After that, Wang Wei sighed helplessly. The real reason that he went into seclusion was to modify the Divine Punishment Thunder Refining secret technique. However, the results were not that satisfactory. Divine Punishment Thunder is very destructive by nature, making it very difficult to make it beneficial to anybody. Even Han Li's method is at best a shoddy method that allows someone to refine a tiny amount of it. Well, this can blame Han Li, as this specific thunder was designed to destroy beings like a great emperor. And even Wang Wei does not expect to be able to directly refine this kind of thunder. What he has to do is to allow his body to slowly absorb a little of its power, then slowly increase the amount as his fleshly body becomes more adaptable to it. Unfortunately for him, even the first step of absorbing a tiny amount has proven to be of great difficulty for him. Of course, Wang Wei could use the remaining merit that he has to increase his comprehension, but he still needs to create a cultivation technique best suited for his physique. Furthermore, it's not that Wang Wei cannot improve Han Li's secret method, but that the process is slower than he anticipated even with his terrifying comprehension. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was being a little too picky. Not many people in this world can improve such a technique, let alone do it in such a short time. Some people might not even be able to cultivate Han Li's original version, let alone improve it. Even Han Li himself was lucky to be able to create such a heaven-defying technique, and it was mainly due to his special physique. On top of that, he did not really succeed in doing so. His technique did not really allow him to refine divine punishment thunder, but to be able to use a little part of it through a powerful artifact. At the higher stage of this technique, Han Li was able to store some of the thunder inside his body, but he did not actually refine it. After exiting his seclusion, Wang Wei went to meet his parents and spent a few days with them. Then he left the sect, heading to the academy on his own. Wang Wei spent the majority of his time in the sect or going to places through instant teleportation, so he rarely has the opportunity to travel and personally see the world. So, he decided to take this time to do exactly that. So, he left alone without his group, which he had already notified to head to the Emperor Enlightening Academy before him. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he was not truly alone, as his Dao protector, Xianxia, was secretly following him. But he did not care. Wang Wei knew that compared to the really powerful cultivators, he was still considered a weakling, so he needed the protection. As long as Xianxia did not interfere with his sightseeing, he would not mind. After leaving the mountain range of the sect, the first thing that Wang Wei did was leaving the Heavenspan domain, which was occupied by the Dao opening sect. Afterwards, he did not go through a few teleportation arrays in order to get to his destination. Instead, he hired a flying demonic beast from one of the businesses of the herd-raising valley. Given the fact that teleportation is very expensive and not all cultivators can nor are willing to pay for it, the business of hiring demonic beasts has been very prosperous, and the herd-raising valley controls the majority of this kind of business. During his journey, Wang Wei started to observe the environment around him. The entire world is divided into cultivators and mortals. The cultivating cities are usually vast and prosperous, and they gave off a similar vibe to the eras of Great Tang in Wang Wei's past life. It was the vibe of being refined, ethereal, and immortal-like. Whether it was the way people spoke, dressed, or even culture was similar to the Great Tang dynasty. As for the mortal cities, the vibe was more similar to the Great Qin dynasty. There were severe laws, and ordinary people could be whipped or killed based on the severity of the laws that they broke. The clothes that they wore were more plain and simple. And things like poetry and art were not really appreciated by ordinary mortals except for a few noble or wealthy individuals. While slowly enjoying his travel, Wang Wei heard about an auction that was about to take place in a city called Clear Lake, so he stopped by to check it out. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the auction, he saw a beautiful woman waiting outside. At first he thought that something special was going on in this auction, but it turned out that this woman was actually waiting for him. So he asked her how did he know that he was coming here. Her answer did surprise him a little. The woman, who called herself Li Jingfei, said with a smile, "Sacred son Wang Wei, you might not be aware, but many people around the world are monitoring your travel. Although many people know your final destination, this cannot stop them from keeping an eye on you. And this includes our Association of Chamber of Commerce." Wang Wei nodded as he realized this. Since Wang Wei decided to treat this trip like a vacation, he did not really pay attention to many things around him, so he failed to notice this kind of thing. However, he did not care. With true Monarch Xianxia protecting him, nothing would truly happen to him. Furthermore, as long as someone had a slight killing desire or intention towards him, he would have noticed it. Furthermore, it's not like he was actively trying to hide himself. Wang Wei knew that heaven chosen like him is similar to popular stars from his past life. Everywhere he goes, he will always have one or two eyes secretly following him. Whether it is to know his destination, secretly observe his strength, or trying to determine his temperament through his day-to-day behavior, people will always try to observe him when he goes out. So, he did not care. However, what he did care about was this Association of Chamber of Commerce. According to information he read in the past, this association was formed by a group of powerful chambers of commerce scattered throughout the entire world. More importantly, this association is a core member of the Immortal Dao Alliance, which is basically a group made up of countless immortal lineages. To this day, Wang Wei only knows a little about immortal lineages. According to what he recently learned from his father, Immortal Venerate and Dao Ancestor is a cultivation stage above the Supreme Realm. These two realms of cultivation are considered an alternative way to the path of Emperor. And in this stage, cultivators are considered immortal, meaning they do not have to worry about their lifespans. However, in order to become an Immortal Venerable or Dao Ancestor, the help of a great emperor is still required, as cultivators cannot reach this realm on their own. This is one of the reasons that many sects are always fighting to cultivate another great emperor, because this will lead to their sects having a few more immortals cultivators. For those people who do not have the opportunity to prove the Dao, the immortal path or the Dao Ancestor path is their only chance at becoming immortal beings. After hearing this information, Wang Wei was quite shocked. So he asked his father so many questions. What exactly are Immortal Venerables and Dao Ancestors? How does one reach such a cultivating realm? Can any of these people fight a great emperor? What impact can these cultivators have in the world? Why has the news been kept secret from the world? Why has he never seen or heard about any Immortal Venerables from the sect beside the one that provided Li Jun with his bloodline when he was cultivating his new physique? Unfortunately for him, his father did not answer most of his questions. The only thing that he did answer was the fact that is an agreement called the Immortal Avenue Pact, signed by all the cultivators of the world, that no Immortal Venerables or Dao Ancestors will intervene in the world until a great emperor is born in each generation. The reason for that was due to how powerful and destructive a battle between these immortal beings can be, so it was necessary to limit them. Chapter 191. As for the Immortal Dao Alliance, it is composed of many immoral lineages that banded together in order to protect themselves from the Emperor's lineage of the world. The members include sects like the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and the Association of Chamber of Commerce that was in charge of the auction that Wang Wei is about to take part in. After thinking about these things, Wang Wei motioned for Li Jingfei to bring him inside the action. Then, with a happy smile on her face, she brought him to the VIP area and handed him a list of all the things that were about to be auctioned. Most of the items were of no interest to Wang Wei, however he still stayed throughout the entire process. It turns out that Li Jingfei was also the auctioneer, an act which apparently passed a lot of people. As soon as she appeared on the stage, countless cheers echoed throughout the entire room. Many people started to compliment her and shower her with praises. However, Li Jingfei seemed to be used to this type of behavior. She secretly looked at the number 1 VIP area, and she was disappointed when she noticed that Wang Wei was not part of the people who were complimenting her. Then she started introducing all the items one by one, and people bid for them fervently. However, Wang Wei did not react, as none of these things were of any value to him. The only time that he paid attention was near the end of the auction. And it was not because he was interested in the objects being auctioned, he was just surprised by the item and people's desire for it. Next, we will auction a bottle with 10 drops of holy spring water. I do not need to explain how valuable this actually is. Only 1 drop is needed to save a dying cultivator. And with this bottle, it is like having 10 extra lives. The starting bidding price is 0, and each bid has to be increased by 1,000 origin sources. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, origin stones are no longer useful. Li Jingfei had a smile on her face after announcing the price. Although the room became quiet for a few seconds, she was not worried about people not buying it. And she was right. A few seconds into the silence, someone from another VIP booth yelled, 10,000 origin sources. 20,000 origin sources. 50,000 origin sources, yelled one person, then that person released a powerful saint aura, preventing other people from bidding after him. However, soon another person snorted coldly and released its own saint aura, 70,000 origin stones. Then those 2 Saint Reem cultivators started to wage a price war with one another while the other people remained silent. As for Wang Wei, he was reflecting on his life after seeing this scene. It was at this moment that it dawned on him the kind of advantage he has due to his high background. Back more than a century ago, after exiting the Spirit Road trial, his mother asked him to bathe in holy spring water in order to remove all the hidden injuries in his body. But now, these Saint Realm powerhouses were fighting like their families were slaughtered by the other person over a few drops. And he could bathe in such precious material as an ordinary mortal. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that wealth and resources inequality exist in any world. Some people might spend their entire life accomplishing something, while another person was born with it. Although Wang Wei never believed that a person's beginning or origin dictated their future accomplishment, he was still very glad that he had such a high starting point. This fact has saved him a lot of time and trouble. The prices of the holy spring water reached a few hundred thousands before it was bought by the first Saint Realm true person that spoke. However, Wang Wei could tell that this guy will not be able to leave this auction peacefully. Of course, this was not the main attraction of this auction. That glory was reserved for supreme tier weapons. Many other Saint Realm true persons participated in the bidding for it. The price reached a few million origin sources, however Wang Wei did not care nor did he bid for it. For once, his space ring has a few supreme tier origin treasures and they are not of the lowest quality like the one auctioned. More importantly, he could not even use such a powerful treasure without the power of law, so it was pointless to buy something that he could not even use. The only thing that Wang Wei bought was a map that supposedly led to an inheritance from the past. As soon as Wang Wei bid for this treasure, no one competed against him. The cultivators of this world were not stupid. Based on Wang Wei's temperament and the way the association treated him, these cultivators guessed that he was one of the heaven chosen of one of the powerful sections. And these cultivators knew that every heaven chosen is usually accompanied by a powerful Tao protector, so they did not dare to mess with him. Of course, a few of them still could not resist the temptation. Unfortunately for them, they were all annihilated by true monarch Yan Chen in order not to disturb Wang Wei's little vacation. A few weeks passed by and Wang Wei was still slowly traveling towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei was currently traveling by boat with many other people. His gray hair and eyes attracted the eyes of many ladies, but he ignored them as he was used to being the center of attention everywhere he went. A few days ago, he followed the map he bought and entered a secret realm and got the inheritance of a sect that was long destroyed. The sect was a supreme land, so he got a few treasures and techniques of such caliber. Although nothing of true value was found inside, Wang Wei was still happy to acquire a bunch of treasure without much effort. No one disliked getting richer. Another notable event was the fact that a Saint Realm true person was killed. However, this had nothing to do with him. While Wang Wei was standing alone watching the breathtaking view of the ocean, someone approached him and started a conversation. It was quite the beautiful woman, however. She seemed plain and simple at the same time. Her body exuded a kind and gentle temperament that made anyone want to be friends with her. She was wearing a blue hanfu with long black hair. A broken jade pendant was hanging around her dress, and she smiled after walking next to Wang Wei. "Hello," she said with a smile. "Hello, can I help you with something?" "No, I just wanted to take a look at you." "Oh, are you like one of these women that secretly admires me and looked at me like I was the rarest and most beautiful jade that they have ever seen in their life? Well, I admire the fact that you are more bold than them." She was a little surprised by my words before giggling a little. "No, it was because you remind me of someone that I knew from long ago." Her cheery laughter faded after saying that, replaced by deep nostalgia and sadness. Wang Wei took notice of the change in her mood, but he did not ask as they had just met. "Is that so?" "Well, I do not believe that as I am a very unique individual." "Well, that is according to my mother." Her smile returned again. "You are indeed unique. But you still have two similarities with that person." "Oh, I'm suddenly intrigued. Please elaborate." "The first thing is your sense of humor. He was always able to make me laugh no matter the situation. He had a way to bring joy to me no matter the dire situation," she replied, then paused for a few seconds. She seemed lost in her own memories. "The second similarity is the fact that you two have the same eyes." "Eyes?" "Yes, you two have the same dedication in your eyes. The dedication to do anything for the people they loved." the dedication to destroy millions of lives in order to save a few, the dedication to overturn heaven and earth for your loved ones, the dedication to turn into the most vile of devils for the sake of love. Wang Wei was silent after hearing this, as he knew that she was right. He knew that if something were to happen to his friends or family, he would not hesitate to do any of the things she said to save them. The problem is, how can she determine his entire personality just by looking at his eyes? Noticing that something was wrong, he activated his true vision ability. However, he did not see anything. She did not have a Qi luck dragon on top of her head, and Wang Wei did not even see any fate lines on her. Chapter 192. Discord in the comments section. After noticing that something was wrong, Wang Wei wanted to say something to her, but she suddenly asked, "Can I touch your face?" Instinctively, he wanted to decline her, but changed his mind after looking deep in her eyes. So, she reached out her small and jade-like hands to slowly caress his face. Although she was looking straight at him, Wang Wei could tell that he was not the person she was seeing. In her eyes, he could see that his figure was replaced by someone else. She caressed his face for a few seconds before muttering under her breath, "You should not go through all of this length." Wang Wei was both surprised and curious towards her, so he wanted to ask her about the person she seemed to be reminiscing about. However, she had suddenly disappeared in front of him. He did not see how she did that. Even his true vision and divine sense did not notice anything. It was as if she was never here in the first place. Confused, Wang Wei suddenly yelled out loud, "Supreme Elder." "Yes, young master. Did you see the woman that was talking to me just now?" "Yes, I did." "Do you know what she was? How did she disappear?" "She seemed to be a ghost spirit." "Seemed?" asked Wang Wei, not sure where the uncertainty came from. "Well, usually ghost spirits are mortals or cultivators who died with grave grievances, which served as a tether to the living world. However, I did not feel any grievance from this person, so am not really sure." Xianxia paused for a few seconds. "As for how she disappeared, even I could not detect how she did it." Wang Wei had a frown on his face as he began to ponder the whole situation. Then he found a few things weird after reviewing the entire encounter. First thing, he did not notice how she approached him until she spoke to him. For someone with such a keen sense of his surroundings, this was odd. Secondly, how did she manage to read his personality in such details after they had just met? Only a few people that are very close to him truly know what kind of person he was. To the outside world, he always portrayed a facade of strength, wisdom, and ruthlessness. A person who will do anything to achieve his goals, even if he needs to sacrifice the people close to him. This was shown by the way he treated Han Li, a member of his own sect. However, that woman was able to see through him so easily. As a matter of fact, this was not the most disconcerting thing that happened during their brief encounter. The thing that worried Wang Wei the most was the last act. When she asked him to touch his face, given how cautious his nature was, he would never allow a person that he found strange and incomprehensible to easily approach him, let alone touch his face. In that situation, he was very vulnerable. Yet he still allowed it to happen. This can mean two things. One, her soul is so powerful that she can easily influence his mind without him even noticing, or she used a secret technique that can bypass his soul or mind defense. No matter what the situation is, the result is still terrible news for Wang Wei. Although he believed that if that woman had any negative thoughts against him, his intuition would warn him, this did not change the fact that he was still spiritually influenced. This event has proven to Wang Wei that his so-called high-quality soul was not as perfect as he imagined. This world is vast and has a long history. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying techniques or abilities that cultivators have developed over the years? Wang Wei then took a deep breath to regain his bearing. This event has taught him an important lesson. Although his soul is special, without the knowledge on what makes it special and how to use this speciality, he should never blindly believe in its power. After thinking about this, he continued his travels toward the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. Meanwhile, back at the Dao opening sect, Great Elder Longbow received the news of Wang Wei's departure. A crazy and ruthless light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the formation. I refuse to swallow this breath, he muttered to himself as he injected his origin essence in the formation to activate it. He has been secretly preparing this array for the past 5 years. The purpose is to allow him to secretly leave the sect unnoticed by anyone. After activating the formation, a clone with the same look, cultivation, and aura as Long Bow appeared in the room. The clone even has the ability to fight and interact with anyone, so it is virtually impossible to tell the real Long Bow from the clone. After that, the real Long Bow teleported out of the sect, and even out of the Heavenspan domain. After teleporting away, Long Bow looked in the direction that Wang Wei was heading as he muttered with gritted teeth. The Death Order Palace may refuse to take on this job, however the same cannot be said for these devil cultivators in the Western continent. As long as the price is right, they will gladly send more than 1 true monarchs to preoccupy Yan Qin and kill that little bastard. After that, he placed a hood over his head and headed on direction. However, Long Bow did not know that as soon as he disappeared from the sect, a shadow appeared in his seclusion room. Even his clone did not notice the shadow, who proceeded to inform sect master Wang Tian of his departure. At Tianwei Peak, as soon as Wang Tian received the news, he sighed out loud and looked out the window for a few minutes. As it comes to this, he thought to himself. The sound of footsteps soon woke Wang Tian from his daze, then he immediately stood up when he saw the person who came. "Father, what brought you here to see me?" Wang Chang took a brief look at his son. "I know despite the factional disagreement between you and Long Bow, long ago you two were considered friends. So, I will take care of this matter in your place." "Thank you, father." Wang Chang nodded before disappearing instantly from the room. It did not take him long before he tracked Long Bow's location. While traveling through space, Long Bow suddenly felt the void around him become unstable, then he was ejected out by the space channel that he created. Immediately knowing that something had gone wrong, Long Bow instantly opened his domain. Then, the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding few kilometers were usurped and changed by him. "Wang Tian, I know you are here, so come out. Don't be a coward and show yourself." "Unfortunately for you, he is not here," replied a powerful and overbearing voice. As soon as Long Bow saw who showed up, he knew that he would not survive today. So he laughed maniacally. "Did I do something wrong? Is it wrong for me to want the sectarian faction of the sect to rise and prosper?" "Do not place yourself as an unjust martyr," replied Wang Chang with a cold voice. "The truth of the matter is you did not do all this for the sake of the sectarian faction, but for your own selfish greed. You wanted to take power for yourself, you wanted the glory of being a great emperor's master. However, after you failed, you did not accept defeat gracefully. Instead, you had the audacity to plot against my grandson. The reason that you will die today is not because of your ambitions, but because these ambitions far exceed your capabilities." After saying these words, Wang Chang ignored the ugly look on Long Bow's face, then a giant figure appeared behind him. This figure was Wang Chang's Dharma body, and unlike Yan Chen's, this one looked exactly like him. With a wave of his hand, the Dharma body squeezed and crushed Long Bow's domain without much effort. Well, this was normal as Dharma bodies are physical manifestations of domain, as such, in essence, are a higher form of evolution of Saint's domain. Following which, Long Bow was crushed to death, and he did not even have the chance to scream. His body, soul, and laws were completely destroyed instantly. He did not have a single chance to resist, let alone fight back. Then, Wang Chang left immediately afterward. As soon as Long Bow died, a phenomenon of countless stars falling appeared in the sky of the myriad emperor world. Then, a profound sadness enveloped all the cultivators in the world, making them take a few minutes of mourning. As for the knowledgeable ones, they knew that this was the sign of a saint fallen. They sighed knowing that this was a turbulent world, and even such a powerful cultivator cannot escape the shackles of life and death. Chapter 193. After Long Bow's death, his sole lamp back in the sect was destroyed, thus alerting many of the other elders. Many people sighed at this unfortunate event, but few actually cared, even the members of his own faction. People like Fan Lei, the great elder that oversees the library, knew that this was a predicted outcome. Although he wished that his old friend would not do anything stupid to force the sect to do anything against him, unfortunately for him, his wish did not come true. So, after taking a few moments to grieve the death of his old friend, he moved on with his life. In the cultivating world, death is a constant and eternal theme. Death is nothing but one of the many natural cycles of the universe, of the Tao. As for Wang Wei, he did not learn of Long Boss death until later on. After spending a few months traveling throughout a few domains in the central continent, he finally arrived in the Heaven Bliss domain, which was the location of the Emperor's Enlightening Academy. Just like the Tao opening sect, the Academy has control over countless domains, which served as the locations for its different branches. But the Heaven Bliss domain is the core area of the Academy where all the elite reside. Whether it is the teachers, deacons, or students, they are the best of the best. All the students and staff of the other domains dreamed of one day being eligible to be transferred to this place. The entire Heaven Bliss domain was actually a giant city. According to Wang Wei's estimation, the entire city is probably the size of the solar system from his previous life. As such, there are designated areas for people to fly and teleportation arrays to send people to different places. This was the first time that Wang Wei had seen such a large continuous city, so he decided to take a tour before officially reporting to the Academy. Of course, he did not know that his arrival caused a great stir. It was like a stone thrown in a calm lake, creating far and wide ripples. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, all the Heaven Chosens suddenly felt his existence. It was as if the final boss of a video game suddenly appeared, making all the players nervous. They all knew that with his arrival, the real competition was about to begin. The first worldwide struggle in this generation's Heaven Will battle was about to take place. From now on, all the Heaven Chosens will officially declare their existence to the world. More importantly, the people that can truly hold the title of Heaven Chosen were about to be decided. While most of the geniuses of different factions were preparing for the future confrontation, Wang Wei was leisurely continuing his tour of the city. He did not care that people were waiting for him. After eating at one of the most popular restaurants of the city, Wang Wei was walking in the streets with a satisfied smile on his face when he noticed a beggar in a corner with a Go board in front of him. There were two reasons that he noticed this beggar. One is the fact that such prosperous city would never allow a beggar to live unhindered and without worry. Second was this beggar's cultivation level. Although most people passed by the beggar with a look of disdain and disgust on their faces, Wang Wei could tell that this beggar was actually a Saint Realm true person. So with curiosity, he approached the beggar to figure out his deal. However, as soon as his eyes landed on the Go board, he frowned as he realized this was not just an ordinary game. Intrigued, Wang Wei sat on the floor while deeply observing the board. As for the beggar, he completely ignored his visitor as he also concentrated on the board game. After spending a few hours analyzing this Go board, Wang Wei sighed before saying, "Old man, you are crazy." The beggar finally raised his eyes to look at Wang Wei. "You understand this board?" he asked with a hoarse voice. "Yes, this board is a representation of the Tao of Heaven, the ability to acquire all the knowledge and secrets that exist between heaven and earth, then use this knowledge to secretly control all worlds and beings like a chessboard, the Tao that allows one person to become omniscient." The beggar has a surprised look on his face. He did not expect the brat to only spend a few hours to analyze the entire board in just a few hours. You know, only a few of his peers can do such a thing, and they would need days if not months. "You are an interesting brat." "No, you are the interesting one. I am seriously wondering how you managed to cultivate the Saint Realm with such a Tao." The beggar sighed after hearing this, then sadness, anger, despair, and unwillingness flashed across his eyes. "Brat, what do you mean by I'm crazy? Is there something wrong with my Tao? Do you think you can truly become all-knowing, become omniscient? Why not? The Yin-Yang Emperor could calculate everything under heaven and earth and treat the world as a chessboard. The key word is calculate, meaning he could anticipate all the variables possible under heaven and earth, then create a method to deal with it. But what you are doing is to know everything in the universe, know all possible outcomes with 100% certainty. know all the Daos in existence. The beggar sighed again, then looked at the Go board instead of looking at Wang Wei. However, the latter did not stop talking. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of any great emperor that has become omniscient? Even among the best of them? No. That's right. Heavenly Tao is ruthless and treats all things as equals. As such, there is no difference between an ant and a great emperor. They still have limits, restraints, or shackles. The beggar looked at Wang Wei with a look of shock on his face, then he started laughing. You called me crazy, then went on to compare an ant with one of the greatest beings that have walked between heaven and earth. However, Wang Wei was calmed and did not react much. This is the difference between you and me. You see a great emperor as an unimaginable and indescribable being, but I see it as just another cultivating realm. Furthermore, in the endless void with infinite possibilities, who knows if there is a place out there where a great emperor is nothing but a bigger ant in front of the truly powerful beings. The beggar stopped laughing and looked at Wang Wei with deep and profound eyes. As a person who cultivates the Tao of Heaven, he knows many deep and hidden secrets of the world. However, this less than 200 years old snot-nosed brat can actually infer these secrets by himself, so he must not be a simple role. After reining in both his laughter and his wandering mind, the beggar looked at the Go board for a few long seconds before saying, "So, sacred son Wang Wei, what do you think I should do? Abandon my path?" Not necessarily. In this world, there is only one person or thing that can successfully cultivate the Tao of Heaven. Heavenly Tao, replied the beggar with a deep look in his eyes. Yes, there are countless worlds each with a heavenly Tao of their own. And if they are all connected, then they can share knowledge from trillions of years, trillions of people, and trillion of worlds. Only with this method can heavenly Tao come remotely close to being omniscient, but even that is probably not enough as there are too many restrictions and possibilities. The beggar had another shocked look on his face. He never thought about this possibility. How does that help me? Simple, by merging with heavenly Tao and getting access to all its secrets, knowledge and mechanisms will you have a chance for you to continue on your Tao. However, that is a dangerous method as it is easy for you to be completely swallowed by heavenly Tao instead or become its puppet. The beggar's eyes shone after hearing Wang Wei's words. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the possibilities of this method. Then, a powerful aura came out of the beggar's body, then golden clouds appeared in the sky around him. Countless chain-like objects started to circle around him. These things were actually laws of the world. This beggar had entered a state of enlightenment. After a few seconds, the visions around him faded and the beggar started laughing out loud while muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. I finally found my path forward." After calming himself down, the beggar looked at Wang Wei with a happy smile. "Brat, in order to repay the karma of directing the way, I accept one of your requests. How about become one of my followers?" asked Wang Wei directly. Little brat, unfortunately for you, no matter how talented and special you are not yet worthy for me to follow you. Maybe later when you surpass me in strength." After saying that, the beggar took out a token and handed it to Wang Wei. When you are confused and need some special information or guidance, then use this token to find me and I will tell you all I know. Wang Wei looked at the token strangely. "Why would I need your guidance? You cultivate the Tao of Fate, right?" After frowning for a while, he answered, "That's correct." "Then you will definitely need it." Then, the beggar disappeared, leaving a puzzled Wang Wei standing there by himself, looking at a token. Chapter 194. After Wang Wei finished thinking about the strange words of the beggar, he realized that many people had surrounded him. From their uniforms, he could tell that they were the academy's staff. Well, it made sense that they would appear here after sensing the aura of a saint. One person, who seemed to be the leader of the group, approached Wang Wei before saying, "Sacred son, we have been waiting for you." This person did seem to care about the beggar. No, to be precise, he seemed to be already aware of his existence. Wang Wei looked at the person who spoke to him. He could easily sense that this person was also a saint and that he was not pleased to wait for him. And it was not just him, all the people who came together with this teacher had similar attitudes. However, these people easily displayed their emotions on their faces. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care. The academy could have started the main event without him. The reason that they did not do so was because they needed his presence to draw attention and prestige to the world. Despite this, Wang Wei did not show any kind of arrogance in front of this teacher. As a former king, he knew how political games worked, so he just smiled calmly. "I apologize for my tardiness. It's just that this city was so breathtaking that I could not help but be mesmerized by it." As soon as Wang Wei said that, many of the other people removed the annoyance on their faces and thought that he was more pleasing to the eye. After all, the only reason that this famous sacred son was late was due to the beauty of their academy city. So, they showed a look of pride and satisfaction on their faces. As for the true person teacher, he secretly sighed as he could tell what Wang Wei did. With just a few empty compliments, he turned the unfavorable views that these people had about him around. He sighed at this kind of emotional manipulation. Our true disciple Lin Fan has a lot to learn if he wants to catch up to these heaven chosens, secretly thought the teacher. Well, it is our honor that this city satisfied your needs. However, if you do mind, I am here to escort you to the main area. Wang Wei nodded before following this escort group. They flew to a specific designation. Wang Wei knew that the academy city was divided into different areas. The place he met the beggar was just the outer area, which is accessible to anyone who wishes to visit. This area is mainly used for trading and served as the housing area for the students' families. According to the academy's rule, the students are only allowed to bring a few family members with them. Of course, there are a few exceptions. The place that Wang Wei was headed was a teleportation array. The city was so vast that he needed it to navigate quickly. After a few teleportations, Wang Wei and the group arrived on a plain. In front of him, he could see another vast city with many buildings and people moving around. However, he felt that something was wrong with this city. It seemed to be unreal, an illusion. So he closely observed for a few seconds before asking, "Is this a void mirage?" Very keen observation, Sacred Son. The real academy is located in a secret space isolated by the outside world. However, a void mirage was used to cover the fact from the general public, and it was also set as a form of defense. After saying that, the teacher handed Wang Wei a token, explaining to him that he needed this token in order to enter the secret space. Of course, another token was given to Xianxia that was secretly protecting Wang Wei. Otherwise, he would have to forcibly break through and alert all the higher-ups of the academy. After activating the token, Wang Wei felt like he just passed through a thick water cover or filter. Then, the heaven and earth seemed to have changed. It was like he was transported from one world to another. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei found himself floating in the sky, looking at everything below him. He saw vast stretches of lands, forests and mountains scattered everywhere, and a beautiful city in the middle of everything. Right at the center of this city was a tall, grand, mighty, and majestic golden building with the words, Emperor Enlightenment Academy, written on it. Wang Wei easily noticed that this particular writing has a special Dao rhyme inserted on it, signifying that whoever wrote it was very powerful and had a deep understanding of the Dao. Wang Wei wanted to spend some time touring this city, however his escort did not give him the chance. They brought him straight to his residence, which was shared with the other member of the Dao opening sect that arrived earlier. So, with a speechless look on his face, Wang Wei entered his residence to reunite with his group. Then they had one of their usual meetings. "Where is Tai Gang?" asked Wang Wei as soon as he noticed his absence. "He became enlightened after your talk with him 5 years ago and has been in seclusion in order to create a method to train his undying army," replied Yan Liling. "Is that so? Well, what else have I missed?" Li Jun instantly became excited after hearing this, then he began to narrate his experience. "Big brother, you should have been here a few months ago for the opening ceremony. All the Heaven Chosens decided to use the grandest mode of entrance they could think of. For example, Lin Fan arrived in a chariot followed by hundreds of beautiful women. Ji Song had an army of powerful demonic beasts carrying his carriage. He even had a golden rock leading the army of demonic beasts. I can't believe that he actually tamed a demon race with imperial bloodline. And this was not all of it. Suya was carried on a throne made of humans. You should have seen it. When she walks off her throne, people will bend down on their hands and knees in order to create a path for her to step on. Wang Wei was again speechless for the second time today. However, Li Jim did not finish talking. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, and this was not even the worst of entrances. Many members of the demon race were carried by humans with chains in their necks. And they would take pleasure in whipping these humans to the point of almost killing them. This made me so angry, however, since the academy did not say anything, I did not intervene. Of course, the worst entrance has to go to the devil cultivators. These people had things like rotten corpses, zombies, and wraiths pulling their carriages. It was quite disgusting. Wang Wei sighed and started to ponder whether he should have come earlier and also created a grand entrance. However, he quickly removed these thoughts from his mind as it was already too late and there was no point in thinking about this now. So, did you have your own big entrance? Of course, big brother. With the use of my innate talent, my entrance did not lose to anyone. I did not lose the face of our Dao opening sect. Wang Wei nodded, however he could see that Yan Liling was rolling her eyes in the corner. Obviously she did not like Li Jun's so-called grand entrance, but she did not want to extinguish his excitement, so she did not say anything. As for Wang Wei, he ignored the affairs of this couple. Wang Ju, what do you have to report to me? Young master, I have gathered basic information on all the people who came to the academy. However, before that, you have an invitation to attend tomorrow. What's so special about this invitation? It is from Miss Shi. Shi, the only daughter of the leader of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, also the person recognized as the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. Most beautiful woman in the world? Isn't she a little narcissistic to give herself such a title? Young master, she did not give herself the title, but there is a published list with her as the #1 beauty of the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei nodded as he understood her meaning, that he pondered for a while before asking, I'm guessing I am not the only one who received this invitation? That's correct, young master. All the heaven chosen of different factions also received the same invitation. Wang Wei nodded as he could guess the ship's plan or her father's. It is to invite all these geniuses and future powerhouses using the title of the most beautiful woman of the world, then see if any of them have any interest in acquiring her. Although Wang Wei disdains these methods of using women as an object, he understands that this is a world where the culture is not as advanced as his past world. Furthermore, powerful men like to conquer beautiful women. This is a simple truth in this world. Additionally, the concept of gender inequality is not as prominent in this world as one would imagine. As long as a woman is powerful enough, she can do anything she wants, even opening her own harem. And no one can judge her or say anything about it. In the end, everything depends on strength in this cultivating world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about the purpose of this shishir. What he cared about was the fact that he had the opportunity to meet with all the other heaven chosens as soon as possible. Chapter 195. So who decided this ranking anyway? Asked Wang Wei. This kind of thing is not something just anyone could do, let alone let other people accept the result. It is the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. For many years, they have created many lists like the most powerful saint, the best chamber of commerce, and the strongest heaven chosen of a generation. Due to the fact that they have mostly been correct for countless generations, people not only accept their lists, but use them to acquire information about the world. Replied Wang Ju. Strongest heaven chosen? Is the list already available for this generation? Yes, you are ranked #1 on it, while D Tian from the D family is second. However, what? You can say it. By now you should me well enough that I do not have such a massive ego that I would let a list made by strangers dictate my mood or actions. Wang Ju nodded before continuing. According to the list, the only reason that D Tian is ranked second is because there is not enough information about him compared to you. They theorized that if you and him were to fight, Di Tian would have a 60% chance of winning, while you only have 40%. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this before asking her to hand him the official list to read. Number 1. Wang Wei, Sacred Son of the Tao Opening Sect. Cultivate the Origin Path Scripture, Overlord Fist, and the Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. His fleshly body, origin essence have reached the peak and beyond of any cultivators. And his soul is currently behind comprehension. His will and Tao heart are also beyond measure, as it is known that he is a young emperor. Personality and trait, very intelligent and manipulative. Does not always use his strength to achieve his goal, as he can create elaborate plans and schemes that take hundreds of years. Feat. Defeating Crown Prince Ji Song and Han Lin, who had the strength of the peak of the primordial spirit realm. As a matter of fact, the list about him was a lot longer, especially under Frat, as it also noted certain things he did in the Spirit Road trial and the fact that he evoked divine punishment thunder. After reading about him, Wang Wei continued, #2. Di Tian, young master of the Di clan, cultivates his own created cultivation techniques known as the 9 Samsara Fist. However, as of currently, no individual has survived more than his second Samsara Fist. Personality and trait, also very intelligent and cunning. His schemes and plots are not under Sacred Son Wang Wei. However, unlike the latter, Di Tian is more brutal, cold-hearted and ruthless. So far, he displayed no moral bottom line, as he can do anything to achieve his goals. Many people could even argue that he is a devil cultivator. Feat. Under his command, the Di family has completely annihilated countless devil sects or cultivators in the Western continent. For his Qi luck trial, instead of setting a fortune dynasty, he single-handedly brought the world close to destruction before saving it. We have theorized that he did such a thing in order to absorb the souls of the fallen, however no proof of this has been found. Wang Wei frowned after reading this, as he could tell this person was not a simple role. Then he continued to read. The list placed both Ji Song and Jian Wushuang of the sword-casting villa at number 3. Wang Wei remembered seeing Jian Wushuang after the Spirit Road trial. He was almost killed by a devil cultivator of the heart-beating cult due to his low background, but he was saved and accepted as a disciple of the sword-casting villa due to his innate sword bone. According to Feat, he defeated the third heavenly physique, Suya, during their Qi luck trial. That made her position right after him. What surprised Wang Wei the most was the fact that the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan, was ranked 5th. He sighed, as this list perfectly displayed the fact that having a higher ranked physique does not equate to strength. In the end, it's all about the owner and how the physique is used or trained. After that, Wang Wei read the entire list with great detail. This was the perfect way for him to gain information about his future competitors. Of course, he did not take the list as 100% accurate. He knew that some people like him and Di Tian have hidden a lot of their strength in cards. Not to mention that this list was created 5 years ago. In that short period of time, many Heaven Chosens in the list have rapidly grown in strength, experience, and wisdom. So this list can only be used as reference. After reviewing the list, Wang Wei suddenly began to ponder how the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquired all of this information, especially about him. Some of them can be attributed to his battle with Ji Song, as the whole world witnessed it. The other information should be gathered due to his battle with Han Li, however only members of the sects were present at that time. So, this shows that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion has many spies inside the Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei is not surprised about this, as the sect also has many hidden spies in all the powerful emperor lineage all over the world. With the system of shadow spread throughout the world, each faction has gone through extreme lengths to spy on each other. However, this was not what bothered Wang Wei. What bothered him was the fact that some of the information revealed in this list should only be accessible to the most trusted people of his clique. So, how did the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquire such information? Wang Wei believes in his judgment and does not believe that someone close to him betrayed him, so they must have acquired this information another way. According to the information he knew about the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, They are an immortal lineage that is very good at divination, so this explained how they acquired that information. However, Wang Wei soon shook his head. This possibility is very unlikely. The pavilion's most powerful tool of divination, the 8-trigram turtle shell, is still in his hand. Furthermore, it has been proven that Wang Wei's Transcendent Tao Foundation nullified most divination against him, not to mention his heavenly physique. The fate puppeteer body also involves the power of fate. So, if someone tried to divine something about him, not only would it be blocked, he would also be aware of it. Wait, suddenly thought Wang Wei. The people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion do not need to divine about me in order to acquire the information they need. They just need to do it to the people closest to me. That way, they can bypass my anti-divination ability and get the information from the people I share these knowledge or secrets with. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju were surprised by the intense and scrutinizing look that Wang Wei gave them. For a brief moment, they thought that they might have done something wrong and upset him. But then they were briefly relieved after Wang Wei explained his conjecture. Then the faces of these people became ugly once they realized that they might have unknowingly released secret information to their enemy. The worst of them was actually Wang Ju, as this was essentially a dereliction of duty in her parts. As a shadow, she should have anticipated such a thing. This time, however, Wang Wei did not console her. "What are you going to do now?" he asked her calmly. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she replied, "I will contact the sect and ask about techniques or methods of anti-divination as soon as possible." "That's good," replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, the group started to discuss what to expect from tomorrow's meeting before they all disbanded and returned to their own residence. While Wang Wei went to rest himself after a long journey, Wang Ju had a serious look on her face after returning to her residence. Then she took out a talisman to contact someone. "What is it?" asked a weird voice. The reason that the voice was weird was because it was impossible to tell whether it was a woman or man. "Shadow teacher, I need your guidance," replied Wang Ju with a serious look on her face. Yes, the person that Wang Ju contacted is the current shadow that serves sect master Wang Tian. As her predecessor, she can ask him for guidance when she needs to. Knowing that her teacher was a person of few words, Wang Jun went straight to the topic. "Teacher, I need to know whether the sect has a method of anti-divination?" "So, you finally have reached this stage." "Teacher, you already knew?" "Yes." Part of the training of the shadow is to learn through mistakes, so the problem of divination was never mentioned. It also served as a test. "Teacher, then how did I do? What do you think?" Wang Ju then lowered her head. However, the shadow did not continue mentioning the test and proceeded to teach her about the method of anti-divination. The next day, Wang Wei woke up fully refreshed as he prepared for the day's meeting with all the other Heaven Chosens. Chapter 196. Before heading to the meeting, Wang Wei began to ponder about all the information he knows about the Emperor Enlightening Academy in order to further tune out his plans. Despite being the second most powerful faction currently in the Myriad Emperor world, the Academy is actually very new compared to all the other factions as it was created during the Middle Emperor era. To be precise, the Academy started that era. After the Devil era, the Myriad Emperor world had gone through another catastrophe that almost ruined it. As a result, countless emperor lineages and other factions were destroyed in the process. During a brief period between these two eras, many great emperors were born and they tried to revitalize the world, but they failed. That was until Emperor Kong, also known by the name Kong Meng. Emperor Kong was a very powerful cultivator born during that period. According to information left over from that time period, Kong Meng was a very enlightened person who preached the idea or notion that all cultivators should have access to education, to knowledge, no matter their background, status, or talents. As you can expect, no other factions supported this idea. For countless eras, the idea of only hoarding knowledge has been practiced. And in this world where knowledge equates to power, no faction wants to release their techniques or methods to outsiders, especially without receiving any benefit. Not to mention that the cultivation world was at an all-time weakness and low morale after the Devil era. At that time, precious cultivation techniques were even more valuable given that a large majority of them were destroyed. However, Kong Meng did not see it that way. He believed that only by circulating more techniques that other people will be inspired to create or renovate the already existing one, thus pushing the cultivation world back to recovery and further development. And it turned out that he was right. After the Heaven Will battle, Kong Meng proved the Tao and took the name Emperor Kong. Then, he created the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. To be precise, he created or invented the concept of academy. Before Emperor Kong's time, there was no such thing as an academy. All factions in the world could be divided into two branches, families and sections. When it comes to families or clans, all cultivation techniques or methods were passed between people with the same bloodline or the same surname. This method was used because cultivators believed that this was the safest way to guard these techniques. After all, it is very difficult to betray your own family, your own blood. As for sects, they allowed talented people from outside into their groups. However, these people were usually taken from a young age so that they can be brainwashed into being loyal to their sections. These kids were usually taught to place the sect before everything else, even their family or own death. However, even that method had many problems due to unfair distribution of power and resources. A perfect example of that is the Tao Opening sect. Although the sect is ruled by 4 factions, it was not always like that. In the early stage of its creation, the majority of power and resources were in the hands of the Wang, Li, and Yan family. As for the sectarian faction, they usually hold the lowest of positions in the sections. The resources that they received were the least amount. They did not have access to all the powerful techniques, and they were forced to do the most dangerous tasks like being trained as death slaves or suicide soldiers. It was not until the Shadow Ruler Emperor appeared in the sect that they realized the importance of the sectarian faction and the benefit that they could bring to the sect as a whole. So, more power and resources were granted to them, elevating them to the status of one of the main factions of the Tao Opening sect. However, the Emperor Enlightenment Academy created another system of inheritance. A system that allows all cultivators access to techniques and resources as long as they enter the academy. Of course, the academy did not give them all this for free, but granted them the opportunity to acquire precious cultivation resources. An example of that is a loose cultivator that does not belong to any faction nor wanted to join one. If he wants some rare material that is strictly controlled by the powerful emperor lineages of the world, he can join the academy and serve there for a few years. Then, using contribution points, he could get such rare material. Theoretically speaking, according to the rules of the academy, even their emperor's scriptures could be bought with the right amount of contribution point. However, Wang Wei knew that this was one of the biggest lies ever. The amount of contribution points needed for a cultivator to buy such a thing was so outrageous that they could spend their entire lives slaving for the academy without even coming remotely close. Not to mention all the secret conditions are required to be eligible to get access to these powerful cultivating scriptures. The academy used this method to lure in countless cultivators all over the world to join them with false promises and hope for a possible better future. The only people that have access to these scriptures or very rare and precious resources are the disciples that are personally trained by the academy, as they know that these people are loyal to them. Back to Emperor Kong. After creating this new system, the academy started to thrive throughout the entire world. Many cultivators knew that their chances of having enough resources in their path of cultivation finally arrived, so they rushed to attend. Then, something amazing happened that shocked the entire world. The next 4 great emperors after Emperor Kong all came from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. The academy dominated the world for 5 generations by successfully cultivating 5 consecutive great emperors. All the cultivators of the world freaked out as they realized that this new system was effective. More importantly, they feared that the academy would become like the Buddhist sect in the incense era and dominate the entire era. So, they copied the system and used it on their own. Many other academies were also built across the myriad emperor world. The sects then copied some aspect of it. They were not as strict when recruiting outside disciples. They created branch sects that recruited disciples all over the world and from different backgrounds. Then, the best of these disciples in the branch sects will be sent to the main sect in order to get access to better techniques and resources. With this new system, the myriad emperor world began to rapidly recuperate as a newfound vigor was instilled in it. Then a new and prosperous era started. As a matter of fact, that period of time used to be called the Academy Enlightenment Era, but was renamed Middle Emperor Era. The Emperor Enlightenment Academy tried hard to fight this name change, but the sects of the world were determined to change the name in the history book in order to reduce the influence of the Academy on the world, and reduced their chi luck. Of course, there is one benefit that the Academy still retains to this day: the Heaven-Chosen Selection Trial or the Heaven-Chosen Worthy Trial. As the name implies, this is a trial held by the Academy to designate who is worthy to hold the title or position of Heaven-Chosen. Ever since the Middle Emperor era, countless genius cultivators have come to the Academy to attend this trial. The top 30 will receive the title of Heaven-Chosen. This process has been going on for millions of years, and many other factions have tried to take this honor from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. However, they have failed and are still forced to send their geniuses to attend the trial. One of the reasons for that was the fact the Academy is recognized by the majority of cultivators, thus having more credibility than the other factions. The second reason being that the Heaven-Chosens will have access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. These Dao tablets have been blessed by countless great emperors during the past 2 eras. Due to the fact that the Academy is open to anyone, many great emperors from different factions have been helped by the Academy during their rises, not to mention that they received the position of Heaven-Chosen there. So, in order to repay their karma, these great emperors would leave their understanding of the Tao in these tablets, making them the best treasure for enlightenment on the laws of the world. Many people drooled to gain access to these Tao tablets as a result of this, including Wang Wei himself. Of course, this was not the main reason that the Emperor Enlightenment Academy can hold the power of holding this trial for so long. It was mainly because of something called Heavenly Tao Protection, which secured their unshakable positions against so many factions. Chapter 197. The Heavenly Tao Protection, as the name implied, is a form of absolute protection granted to the top 30 heavenly chosen that are selected during this trial. As a result, from the supernatural realm all the way to the primordial spirit realm, all these heaven-chosens are excused from death. No matter the circumstances, as long as they are in the myriad emperor world, they cannot die during that period of time. Even if a supreme realm true monarch were to attack any of these heavenly chosens, they would not succeed. The reason for that is that they are under the protection of Heavenly Tao itself. Unless someone has the power to overwhelm the might of Heavenly Tao, then these geniuses will be fine, because they are the true chosens of heaven and earth. As a result of this, after the heaven-chosen worthy trial, the world would turn into chaos for a few hundred years. With this newfound protection, these heaven-chosens often act crazy and wild. They will attack other powerful sects fully knowing that they could not be killed. Especially those devil cultivators, they would go crazy after the trial. They will kill, burn, rape, and loot all around the world. Of course, after the protection period is over, the majority of these people will run to hide, knowing that many people will want revenge against them. The only way to stop these people is also to have a true heaven-chosens. This kind of behavior resulted in many factions throughout the world competing for the few spots in the trial, thus also further boosting the popularity and reputation of the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. After pondering all of these things for a while, Wang Wei then spent the morning visiting the main city of the academy and got acquainted with everything around. Later that afternoon, he met with his group before heading to the meeting place. "Have you figured things out?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Yes, young master. I have received cultivation techniques from the sect regarding anti-divination. Due to the short time period, it is not possible to learn, but the sect have also sent me origin treasures with the same ability. There are some for me, young Master Li Jun and Miss Yen Liling. Even Tai Gang and the 5-number generals will also receive one." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. He had long noticed that his future shadow, although excellent at her job, can suffer from low self-esteem at times, especially when it comes to her failures. Wang Wei often had to reassure her during these moments, hence why he talked to her during the trial and offered her the Dao washing pill. However, he also realized that he could not always babysit when she faced difficulties or failures in her life. That's why he did not say anything to her when she oversaw the problem of divination. Nevertheless, it seemed that she handled the situation quite well this time. Having the ability to not let your mistakes dictate who you are and be able to learn from them is not a simple thing. Even Wang Wei sometimes makes mistakes and suffers from doubts as he knew that he was not perfect. But he always strived to learn any kind of lessons from his failures, thus ensuring that they were in fact not failures, but learning opportunities. After ensuring that Wang Ju was fine, he suddenly asked Li Jun, "What happened to the 5-number general? Shouldn't they have received their own names by now? They are fine and are under special training. As for their names, they chose to retain the system of calling each other by numbers. According to them, this is the perfect way to motivate each other to surpass the other, plus they think it is more cool that way." Wang Wei nodded as he could guess that this was the result of these people wanting to be unique. They probably hoped that one day the name 5-number general will actually echo throughout the entire world, thus creating their own lasting legend or myth throughout the world. While the two of them were chatting, they had already arrived at the location of the meeting. It was a very luxurious inn decorated with countless precious jade and jewels. Wang Wei looked at the sign that read, "True Dragon Inn," and under it was the logo of the Association of Chamber of Commerce. He wondered what kind of price that this association paid for the academy to allow them to set in this close to their main location. With a quick scan of his divine sense, Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch. He realized that he was the first person to arrive, despite the fact that the true starting time of this meeting was less than a few minutes away. According to normal time, once these horny heaven-chosens learned that a beautiful woman invited them to meet, they would arrive a few hours in advance to show that they are gentlemen, and in hope to meet the beauty as soon as possible. However, there was no one here, except for she sure that Wang Wei noticed in one of the rooms. Unfortunately, he could not see her face as there were powerful formations that prevented his divine sense. Wang Wei could guess the reason for these people's tardiness. It was because he was late to arrive at the academy and many people had to wait for him. They seemed to want him to experience the feeling of waiting for other people. Wang Wei knew that his guess was correct as he felt all the different visions that were observing him, then reporting to someone else through talismans. Wang Wei then smiled as he thought to himself, "You guys want to play? Then let's play." After thinking about this, Wang Wei walked to the front of the entrance door, that he wrote on the top with his origin essence, "Are you worthy to enter?" Then he mobilized the power of his 13th layer body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, all his 720 divine veins, his 13-colored good fortune flame and combined them into one, his true will ability. He placed the powerful will on the entrance, which would test anyone who tried to enter through this door. Afterward, he and his group entered the inn. Wang Wei and his group were received by a bunch of beautiful maids that led them to the place of the meeting. He then arrived in a large red room full of lavish decorations. There were many cushions with small tables in front of them, however, all the seats formed a circular pattern. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he could tell that the person who designed the seating arrangement did this in order to prevent a discussion or fight for the number 1 seat or the one in the center. This person did not want all these heaven-chosens with massive ego to fight each other over seating positions. However, there was still some sort of hierarchy as the seats were in rows. The first seat is probably for the people who are in the lists published by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The second row is probably for the heaven-chosens who had potential, but are either relatively low-key or had low background, like being from a holy land or supreme land, or even worse, being a loose cultivator. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled as he and his group took a random seat in the first row. While waiting, the maids served them tea, fruits, and wine, along with a few snacks. While eating, Wang Wei and his group used their divine sense to monitor the entrance of the inn. Soon, a person came to the door. Xianxia was very excited. A few days ago, he received an invitation from the most beautiful woman of the world to attend a meeting. He was excited not only because of who sent the invitation, but also what it represents. He knew that only some of the best heaven-chosens that entered the eye of the association would receive this invite. More importantly, his elders warned him that if the association's princess has a liking for him, it is his chance to rise to the top. So, Xianxia was prepared to arrive early on the day of the meeting in order to give a good first impression. Unfortunately for him, on the night before, he received a secret letter stating that no one was to attend the meeting until Sacred Son Wang Wei arrived. Although Xianxia was angry, he had no choice to agree with this after seeing all the names that were signed in this letter. However, he was still preparing to be the second person to arrive. So, he had one of his servants wait around the inn to send him a message notifying him as soon as Wang Wei arrived. So, that is exactly what Xianxia did. He rushed to the inn as soon as he received the message, as he was actually waiting not far from the inn. However, as soon as he arrived in front of the inn's door, Xianxia read the message on top and he became furious. All he could think about was who was so arrogant that questioned his talent and strength, and also prevented him from seeing his future wife. Chapter 198. After seeing the words on the hand, Xianxia rushed straight into the door, however he was stopped. As soon he reached the door, Xianxia felt a powerful will enveloped him, preventing him from moving forward. He mobilized all his strength, thus taking a few steps forwards by resisting this will. However, his smile did not last long as the will penetrated his divine sea and started attacking his cultivation level. First, cracks started appearing on his divine altar, an act which terrified Xianxia. As the heir of a supreme land, he did not have access to emperor scriptures that allowed him to create a Tao foundation. Luckily for him, he had a fortunate encounter that granted the opportunity to have 360 divine veins. However, his divine altar was still full of cracks. Now, more were added to the original tattered altar. Xianxia was horrified by the prospect of his altar being destroyed, thus becoming a cripple. However, what scared the most was the fact that he was proven unworthy to enter the inn. He had so many dreams, goals, and expectations before he came here. He dreamed that he would show his talent and strength to these heaven-chosens from the emperor lineage, then get the attention of Xianxia. Afterwards, with the help and resources of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, he would cultivate all the way to the supreme realm, fight in the heaven will battle and suppress all of his peers. Then, he would prove the Tao, elevate his sect for a supreme land into an emperor lineage, just like Emperor Ninyang for 2 generations ago. Unfortunately for him, an entrance door had just crushed his dreams. Xianxia watched as the door that was only a few steps away from him seemed so far away, as if a microcosm of an entire world was between him and this door. Those few steps represented the fact that he was not worthy to stand on the world stage with the name of Heaven Chosen, that he did not reach the caliber of the ones that have truly reached the top. After thinking about this, Xianxia refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and tried to take another step while bearing a tremendous amount of pain and suffering. However, compared to the despair of realizing that he cannot live up to the standards or level that he once believed he was or had reached, compared to the realization that he is not as important or gifted as believed, this pain was nothing. Unfortunately for Xianxia, his iron will and determination did not change the outcome. While trying to take another step, Wang Wei's powerful true will that manifested in the form of a gray shadow started to move upward from the divine altar to the ancient lamp. The horror that Xianxia felt suddenly intensified. He realized that once this gray shadow reached his ancient lamp and destroyed it, that he would over for real. He might still have a chance to amend his destroyed divine altar, but he would be truly finished if his ancient lamp was also destroyed. So, Xianxia started to ponder his next step of action. He pondered the possibility of giving up and retreating. Memories of the past then flashed from his mind. He saw the faces of all his junior and senior brothers and sisters of the sect. He saw the smile and joyful vigor they had on their faces when they knew that he had the opportunity to compete for this generation's heaven will. All the compliments and encouragement he received, all the time that some disciples would share their fortunate encounter with him in order to ensure that he had enough resources to compete with these heirs of emperor lineages. Many of these resources were not even remotely valuable, but Xianxia always accepted all of them with a smile on his face. What he cared about was not the value, but what these resources represent, the hope of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a result, Xianxia has spent a lot of sleepless nights pondering how to shoulder all these responsibilities, all these expectations of the people around him. He always dreamed about how he would repay all his fellow brother and sisters of the sect after he become a great emperor, how he would lead the sect through glory and wealth until they reached the top of the food chain in terms of power in the myriad emperor world. After all these memories came to his mind, Xianxia removed any thought or idea he had about giving up. He decided to persist under the pressure of this great will. However, Xianxia began to falter again, and he watched the gray shadow slowly inching closer to this ancient lamp. The closer the gray shadow rose, the more pressure Xianxia felt as sweat started falling from his face and down in his back. In just a few seconds, his clothes were drenched like he was walking in the rain. Time started to pass slowly for Xianxia as he contemplated his next action that will forever change his future. One part of him did not want to destroy all the hope and expectations of his fellow sect members, while another part did not want to lose his cultivation level that he spent so many years training. So, when the gray shadow was only a few centimeters away from the ancient lamp, Xianxia took a few steps back, stopping its inevitable destruction. So, he sighed in relief after seeing that his ancient lamp was intact. However, a great deal of shame followed him afterwards. It was then that Xianxia realized how selfish of a person he was, and also how far he was from those heaven-chosen. However, he quickly shook these thoughts from his mind. He realized that maybe it was not him that was the problem, but this test. Maybe that it was impossible for others to pass as well. So, with this mindset, he went to the side and waited for the next person to try to enter. Xianxia was sure that his conjecture was correct as he stood there with a smirk on his face. However, his clenched hands behind his back might indicate something else. Meanwhile, inside the True Dragon Inn, Wang Wei and his group silently watched Xianxia's mental and physical struggle with this test while drinking wine or tea and eating snacks. "It's a shame that he gave up," said Li Jun with a sigh after taking a sip of wine. "Not everyone has the will to lose everything in order to prove to themselves and the world that they are extraordinary," replied Yan Liling, who was drinking tea. "You too missed the whole point of this test," said Wang Wei. "I designed this little trial to test the foundation and will of the people entering. If this Xianxia had a solid enough foundation, he should have been able to enter. However, even if he did not, as long as he has the will to, he could still pass." Asked Yan Liling, a little confused. "Simple, by allowing his divine altar and ancient lamp to break apart, then reconstruct it. He could repeat the process again and again until he reached the standard that I set for this trial. Although his cultivation level would have dropped to the divine altar realm, what is that compared to a supremely powerful future? Just the fact that he gave up so quickly proved that this person does not have the will and Tao heart to become a top powerhouse." "Breaking before rising," added Yan Liling. Li Jun sighed before taking another big gulp of his drink. "Not everyone can be like you, big brother, and treat themselves as cruelly as they treat their enemies, if not even worse." As he uttered these words, Li Jun started to reminisce about the time he witnessed his big brother going through heavenly tribulation. He saw how his big brother used heavenly fire to temper his body. He burned his skin, muscles, blood, and nerves. At that time, all that were left untouched were the internal organs. As a person who knows how it felt like to boil alive, Li Jun could only imagine how painful such a process would be. Yet, his big brother did not scream, complain, or wince throughout the entire process. Well, not that he did have any organs to scream to begin with. It was during that moment that he realized one of the things that separated his big brother from the other heaven-chosens. He was a very cruel person, especially to himself. Oftentimes, Li Jun has asked himself whether he could go to such lengths in order to become powerful. And to this day, he did not have an answer yet. That's because these people do not have the drive or desire to succeed at all cost. replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Xianxia gave up, a few other people showed up and saw the provocation at the door entrance. Chapter 199. After Xianxi's turn, many other people came afterwards. They all tried to enter, but failed to do so. As such, the majority of people actually gave up, an act which delighted Xianxia a great deal. However, one person did not give up, instead had his divine altar and ancient lamp destroyed, essentially crippling. Wang Wei admired this person's will. Unfortunately, he was not a wise person. He did not take this opportunity to actually reforge his foundation. Unmatched bravado without wisdom is not enough to reach the top of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, few people realize this. After sighing, Wang Wei focused on someone else that was rapidly approaching. After that person arrived, he only frowned for a slight moment after seeing the writing on the door, then he strode inside. The trial did not faze this person until he reached one step from entering inside. The gray shadow, which was a physical manifestation of Wang Wei's true will, started to put more pressure on this person's divine altar. The person first frowns before snorting coldly out loud. Then a black aura full of star-like light appeared around. The blackness was not an evil or nefarious like one, but more of the bleakness and profound darkness found in space. However, it seemed more noble and sacred. After the aura appeared on that person, he walked inside without any pause. Meanwhile, Wang Wei identified this aura as Chaos Qi, thus also revealing the identity of the person who came. The number 1 absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan. After being led inside the room where the main event would take place, Lin Fan also noticed Wang Wei and his group, but he did not say anything and just took a seat of his own. Soon after Lin Fan, another person came that was able to pass the little trial. This time it was a beautiful girl with long blue hair. She had captivating eyes that would make any man or woman lose themselves. As soon as she arrived, all the people waiting outside were captivated by her beauty. She did not smile, did not use any technique, just her natural beauty was enough to charm all the other geniuses waiting outside. Some of them even made vows to protect their lives. As for the enchantress, she seemed to perceive the emotions of these people and just smile at them. This sudden smile further captivated those people and charmed those who still had a little will to resist. After that, she also easily passed Wang Wei's test. However, just like the previous person, she also stopped one step away from the door with a frown on her face. Then, 7 books of different colors appeared in front of her in order to resist the final attack. Then she entered the True Dragon Inn. The person who arrived this time was the owner of the number 37 emotions and 6 desires physique, Suya. After entering the room, Suya gave a smile to everyone in the room before taking a seat of her own. Then she also started to observe all the people coming. The next person to pass this test was Ji Song. When he reached in front of the door, the Dharma image of Ji Song appeared behind him to block Wang Wei's true will, then he strode inside with steady steps. As soon as he entered the same room as the others, he looked directly as Wang Wei, then a powerful killing intent suddenly emanated from his body, suffocating all the maids around. Even few people outside the inn felt the heavy pressure of that killing intent. Of course, that did not apply to the truly powerful people in the room. Lin Fan had a serious look on his face as he quietly observed everything around him. Suya had a playful smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, he smiled happily before saying, "Ji Song, my friend, I have not seen you in so long. How are things doing?" "Are you mocking me?" asked the crown prince with gritted teeth. "So what if I am? As a loser, you should have the attitude of one. One defeat meant nothing, not to mention that I will be the victor this time around. If I remember correctly, that is the 3rd time you have said this to me. And just like the previous 2 times, you will still end up within an inch of your demise," replied Wang Wei calmly. However, to his surprise, Ji Song was not angered or reacted in any way. He just gave a deep look at Wang Wei before taking a seat on the opposite side of him. Then, the room once again became quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of slurping and chewing. However, not long afterward, Another person also entered. This time it was Jian Wushuang with a sword hanging on his sword. In order to enter the inn, he released a powerful sword aura to counterattack against the pressure. Unlike other people, Jian Wushuang had to take a longer period of time to enter as he had to help one of his junior brother and sister. As such, he is the only person beside Wang Wei who came with 2 other people. After entering the main room, Jian Wushuang first gave a deep look at Wang Wei. His gray hair and eyes make him easily noticeable. During this little trial, he tried to use his supreme sword will to destroy Wang Wei's true will, but it did not have any effect. As for Wang Wei, he was also looking at this young sword cultivator. The reason for that was because he felt some similarities from Jian Wushuang's sword will with his father's. Every cultivator has their own unique sword will, so only if he learned his father's sword will would there be similarities. But Wang Wei was even more confused on how he managed to do so. However, he placed this question on the back of his head and decided to ask his father later. After briefly looking at Wang Wei, Jian Wushuang moved his eyes to the other people before taking a seat. However, his 2 fellow disciples seemed very unfriendly to Wang Wei for some unknown reason. Then, the room returned to its normal quiet and peaceful nature. Meanwhile, outside, many people tried to enter the inn, and a few managed to do so. However, by the time these people succeeded, they were in terrible shape. Their clothes were unorganized and drenched with sweat, their hair messy, their complexion paled, and their breathing very difficult. These people seemed to be aware of their low status and chose to sit in the second rows. Another person that also easily passed the trial and entered the room was another one of Wang Wei and Ji Song's acquaintances, Sun Jialong from the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. When the Gray Shadow tried to attack him, the human sword destiny inside his divine sea just shone a golden light to block it. Then Sun Jialong entered the inn and took a front row seat. However, Wang Wei began to pay attention to him. And that was because as soon as he entered the room, he instantly knew that this Sun Jialong was actually a son of destiny. As a person who has the ability to also become a son of destiny, Wang Wei can easily recognize one when he sees it. Furthermore, he could also see that he might encounter some trouble with Sun Jialong if he one day decided to become the son of destiny of the myriad emperor world. However, this may not be a bad thing as I can use this to my advantage, secretly thought Wang Wei. Another information that he received was the fact that the human sword destiny was in fact in the hands of Sun Jialong. Although the past few decades there have been speculation that he had one, but no proof was discovered. Not to mention the fact that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty has been constantly denying this fact. However, today, Wang Wei sensed the vast qi luck residing inside Sun Jialong's body, thus confirming that he had the sword. Suddenly, Wang Wei turned his head in the direction of the entrance. He saw a young man with white hair and a cold face approaching the front door. This young man had a handsome face, however, his cold and indifferent temperament made people want to avoid him. This young man had very special eyes. His eyes displayed the vicissitudes of life. It was like he had lived so long and seen so many things that he became numb to everything and everyone around him. However, if you look deep in those eyes, you will find both a profound sadness and will that could sunder anything between heaven and earth. After this person reached the last step of the door, he stopped for a few seconds with a pondering look on his face. Then, he turned around and left without much hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Wang Wei had a deep look on his face as he asked with a grave tone on his face, "Who is that?" Chapter 200. Young Master, that's Di Tian from the Di family, replied Wang Ju. The reason that Wang Wei took notice of Di Tian was because of what happened at the entrance door. This person was able to ignore his test. Unlike the other Heaven Chosens who had to use their powers to resist his true will, this Di Tian straight up ignored it. This has never happened before, so Wang Wei was concerned about this. Not to mention the fact that he has not figured out how he did it. He did feel a very vague fluctuation from Di Tian's body, however, with his senses, he could not detect it fast enough, nor detect what it was. However, his intuition told him that he was familiar with this power despite not really knowing what it was. After this meeting, use all your powers to discover any information about this Tian. And if you have to, use the power of my father's shadow, ordered Wang Wei. An act which greatly surprised Wang Ju, as she had never seen the young master so serious about something. She realized that this was a very important task, so she nodded seriously. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was not the only person who acted this way. After Tian left from the True Dragon Inn and returned to his own manor, he first asked his head maid to use all the power of the D clan to gather information on Wang Wei. After that, he took out a very ancient talisman. The breadth of this talent displayed the passage of time, the evolution of samsara. After injecting his origin essence in the talisman, something amazing occurred. Throughout the entire myriad emperor world, countless people, both mortals and cultivators, suddenly awakening memories that were engraved deep into their bloodlines for countless generations. After these memories were awakened, they received the same instruction: find all the information possible about sacred son Wang Wei. Then, these people who referred to themselves as the sleepers looked in the direction of Tian, bowed before saying, "As you wish, master." Then proceeded to execute his order. The terrible thing about these sleepers was the fact that they were everywhere, in all the sects and factions of the world, even in the emperor lineages. That also meant that some of them were also in the Tao opening sect. The sudden awakening of these memories essentially swapped their personality and beliefs. What's more, this kind of thing is undetectable as these people still have the same soul. So, even if these emperor lineages were to check whether another primordial spirit had taken over their bodies, they would not find anything. Meanwhile, back in the True Dragon Inn, after a few people struggled to get inside, no other powerful heaven-chosen seemed to be coming, so the host, Xianxia, finally showed up. The wooden floor at the center of the room started to move around. Then she appeared from underground. Many people marveled at this kind of spectacle, of course, that was beside Wang Wei. He has seen these kinds of things in his previous life. However, he did appreciate it as it reminded him of the stars from his past life. After Xianxia appeared, all eyes were on her. However, many people were disappointed. Not because her beauty did not live up to the standards, but because she was covering most of her face with a veil only revealing her eyes. Nevertheless, that was more than enough to captivate all the young geniuses present. They look at her with greed and desire, yet at the same, trying to restrain themselves to appear more gentlemanlike. However, all of them wished nothing more than to rip that veil from her face. As for Wang Wei, he scoffed after seeing this, then he waved his hand. Following which, a gentle breeze appeared and removed the veil from her face, revealing all her beauty to the world. All the other people look at Wang Wei with a fierce look, as if saying, "How dare you blaspheme our goddess?" At the same time, they were secretly happy because he did something that they did not dare to do. However, soon enough, they were distracted by her beauty. Wang Wei has to admit that this Xianxia was indeed beautiful. It was as if all the concepts of beauty were added together to create her. All the flowers, all the magnificent views, all perfectly symmetrical things could not even come close to describe her beauty. Every cultivator in the world knows nothing under heaven and earth is actually truly perfect. However, Xianxia's beauty can be described as her perfect. Her face did not have any form of powder on it. No, to be precise, any form of makeup would actually insult her beauty. After Xianxia's face was revealed, there were only 3 people that were not totally enamored by her beauty. The first being Jian Wushuang. Although he was distracted by her for a few seconds, then his sword intent flashed in his eyes and he was awakened from his stupor. The second was of course Suya, and it was not because she was a woman. As a matter of fact, Xianxia's beauty transcends gender. A perfect example of that was the fact that both Yan Liling and Wang Ju could not stop staring at her. As a person who can easily control people's emotions and desires, of course Suya will not be captivated by another person's beauty. However, given the deep frown on her face, she was obviously not happy. Of course the last person was Wang Wei. With his powerful will, of course he would not be charmed by a person's beauty. However, that did not stop him from admiring. While Wang Wei was looking at Xianxia, she was also looking at him. She was a little surprised at his action of removing her veil. When most men meet her, they always try to behave as politely as possible in order to draw her attention. However, this sacred son of the Tao opening sect does not seem to care about being a gentleman in front of her. This was the first time that she experienced something like this, and it caught her by surprise. Meanwhile, while Wang Wei was admiring Xianxia's beauty, his heart suddenly began to beat rapidly as he felt that something very important was about to happen to him. He then looked in the direction of the door, having a feeling that someone was about to enter. In a situation like that, Wang Wei should have used his divine sense to see who it was, but he did not. He waited for a few seconds with anticipation. Then, another breathtaking woman walked in. She had skin as white as jade, had black long hair, phoenix eyes and 3 small dots drawn on her forehead in red. She was not wearing the traditional hanfu, but a modified version of a black cheongsam with golden red design all over. The cheongsam was a long one, reaching all the way to the floor. However, it was cut on the side so that every time she took a step, her long and beautiful legs were displayed to see. She had ankle bracelets in both her feet, but she was not wearing any shoes. However, every time she took a step forward, tiny runes appeared under her feet to prevent the ground from being blessed to be touched by her. The arriving woman was beautiful, but that was not the most prominent quality of hers. The most prominent quality was her temperament. She had a temperament that said that I am the only worthy person in the entire world. Among all beings, both past and present, among countless time and space, throughout eternity, throughout the birth and death and chaos, only I am worthy. One might ask her, worthy of what? She would answer, everything. Worthy of wealth and power, worthy to praise, worthy to be noble, worthy to be among the strong and powerful, worthy to find happiness in the sea of sorrow that is the world. As soon as she walked in, she instantly took the limelight from Xianxia by sheer will of her temperament. Although she may not be as beautiful as Xianxia, she could not remotely compete with this girl's aura. Unfortunately, the visions of the people in the room did not last long on her. And it was because they kept asking themselves whether they were worthy to look at her, to be in her presence. The majority of them answered negatively, so they removed their gazes. As for the higher echelons of heaven chosens, they did not have an answer and did not want to find out, so they also removed their eyes, only giving a few side glances. The only exception of course being Wang Wei. He was instantly fascinated by her. Does her? He secretly thought to himself. He had seen her before during the lust part of the pagoda trial. She was the woman who appeared in the illusion world and betrayed him after falling in love with her. Now, the question remains, how did she appear in that trial? Chapter 201. Something strange or magical happened to Wang Wei during his lust trial in the pagoda. There were 2 completely different women that appeared in his trial, which was supposedly impossible. Afterward, he asked the people who created the pagoda and they told him that this was not supposed to happen. An inquiry was made to find the cause of this anomaly, but nothing was ever discovered. The best explanation was either that the pagoda malfunctioned or someone tampered with it. However, neither of these explanations actually made sense. As a quasi-emperor origin artifact, it is impossible for the pagoda to malfunction on his own. As for being tempered with, how powerful would somebody have to be able to do such a thing without alerting all the powerful people in the sect? After breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei was privy to a few secrets of the sect. As such, he knew how truly powerful it actually was. He knew that the true heritage of the Tao opening sect is actually all those Tao ancestors and immortal venerables sleeping in secret realms. Those people would only intervene once the sect reached the level of being destroyed or when another great emperor appeared in the sect again. So, to be able to interfere with this pagoda under the gaze of these people, such a person would have to be extremely powerful. More importantly, why do such a thing? So, ever since the pagoda trial, Wang Wei has always remembered the face of that woman he met. Although her temperament was completely different from back then, her beauty was still the same. Who is that? He asked Wang Ju through divine sense. Young master, that is Wu Hong. She is third in the list of the most beautiful women, and also a very powerful and mysterious heaven chosen. What other information do you have on her? She was born in an ordinary mortal family, however, she acquired the inheritance of Empress Wu. Empress Wu? Yes. As a matter of fact, many people believed that she is either the direct descendants of Empress Wu or her reincarnation. After all, not only does she have the same name as her, but she looks exactly like her. Wang Wei nodded as he began to ponder. Empress Wu lived during the Devil Era, and she is considered one of the most powerful great emperors to have ever walked the Myriad Emperor. If there was a list of the top 10 most powerful emperors of this world, she would easily enter the top 3 if not the first place. A perfect example of that was the Forbidden Lands. Before the Devil Era, there used to be 10 Forbidden Lands. Yet, she single-handedly destroyed 4 of them. Now, only 6 of them are left. And many people believed if it was not due to her untimely disappearances, she would have destroyed more of them. What else do you know about her? Asked Wang Wei again. Well, she is quite mysterious. Due to her low background, extreme beauty and talent, many powerful factions wanted to use force to make her join them. However, none of the people they sent after her returned. What do you mean that they never returned? I mean that literally, young master. Whether it was Void-Shattered Realm, Saint, or Supreme True Monarchs, all of them disappeared after going after her. It is assumed that these people are dead. As a result of this, many people realized that she was not a simple character. Does she have a Tao protector? That's the problem, young master. No person has ever been detected secretly protecting her. Wherever she travels, she always seems alone. While Wang Wei was having this fast conversation with Wang Ju, his eyes never left her. Then, Wu Hong seemed to feel his gaze, so she looked at Wang Wei, then smiled at him. As soon as his eyes met hers, Wang Wei suddenly found that his vision changed. To be exact, his fate puppeteer physique activated and he saw a red string connecting him with her. Then he was surprised. This was because of how strong and powerful this fate line actually was. Wang Wei had many fate lines connected to him, however, the strongest has always been his parents. He guessed that because they gave birth to him, he had a strong fate with his family. But today, he finally discovered a fate line more powerful than his own family, so he became even more intrigued about her. As for Wu Hong, she only gave Wang Wei a brief look before taking a seat of her own. However, not long after she sat down, Wang Wei approached her and took the seat next to her. "Hello, I am Wang Wei." "I know who you are," she replied calmly with a slight smile on her face. "Sacred son, you are famous all over the world." "I'm sure I am, however, I usually introduce myself when I meet new people." "Is that so? I have the feeling you are not the kind of person that cares for social norms." "That may be true, but I found it very useful to often maintain a surface level of civilized behavior. After all, I would not want people to criticize my parents for not raising me right." "Somehow, I doubt that this is the real reason." "Oh," replied Wang Wei with an intrigued look on his face. "So, what do you think is the real reason? You probably use that handsome face of yours and the reassuring smile to make other people lower their guard against you. Then, it becomes easier to get close to them, make friends, or discover their secrets that might be useful to you. Although I am baffled at the fact that you see me in such a negative light, I'm willing to overlook this fact on the account that you just admitted that I was handsome. Is the fact that you are handsome something to be disputed about?" asked Wu Hong, still with a calm and confident smile. "No, but it is not often that I see a woman so bold to actually admit it out loud, and to my face at that. Well, young Master Wang Wei, I am not like any ordinary woman. That is the only thing that I currently know and am very sure about you." While these two people were whispering to each other, Shishihu was not very happy that her limelight was briefly stolen by Wu Hong started the meeting. The first part of this meeting was her playing the zither. She was very talented with it, to the point that she can be called a grandmaster. Moreover, her zither had the power to wash away all the worries of the mind, making the listener enter an extreme calm state. What's more, This calm state is very beneficial to understand the laws between heaven and earth. During her piece, even Wu Hong and Wang Wei stopped talking in order to appreciate the music. They both closed their eyes and entered an ethereal and peaceful state of mind. And it was not them, but all the people inside the room. After Xianxia finished playing, then it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to display their talents. The next person who did something was actually Suya. She also took out a zither and played a piece. However, hers was vastly different from Xianxia's. She took everyone on a magical journey of emotional ups and downs. In just a few minutes, all the heaven chosen of the room experienced all the emotions that ever existed, and the experience was horrifyingly vivid. Whether it was pain, happiness, sadness, or love. And there were so many more and so many nuances to the emotions. These people experience physical pain and the pain of losing the love of your life. They also experience the pain of losing a family member instead of a love companion. Suya was able to vividly express the subtle difference between these two kinds of pain. Then came the self-doubts and insecurities that everyone has in their heart. She managed to bring all of them into the minds of these heaven chosens. Although this was only possible because some of them did not guard against her, this was a terrifying ability to do such a thing. "What a scary woman," whispered Wang Wei. "You are right about that," replied Wu Hong. "There is a reason that the 6 emotions 7 desires body is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. It does not matter whether you are a saint, supreme, or great emperor, no one can escape their emotions or desires, especially the desires to become stronger and pursue the Tao." That's true. Even if a person practices the indifferent Tao, he still cannot escape the shackles of desires. It seemed that I have to pay more attention to this Suya. However, people like her who play with emotions are often easily brought down by emotions themselves, secretly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Wu Hong suddenly looked at him before saying, "You were just thinking about how you could defeat her, didn't you?" "I have no idea what you are talking about," replied Wang Wei with no change in his expression. "Whatever you say." Chapter 202. After Suya finished performing her masterpiece, she gave a quick and deep glance at Xianxia before averting her gaze. Then, the other heaven chosen showered her with lavish praises. Even Wang Wei was no exception as he acknowledges her talent with the zither. Afterwards, it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to perform their talents and skills. The first person to go was actually the number 1 physique, Lin Fan. He recited a poem celebrating Xianxia's otherworldly and immortal-like beauty. He eulogized her existence by saying that her beauty was a gift from heaven itself to all life in the world, as her mere presence elicited happiness and joy from anyone who sees her. Wang Wei had to acknowledge that this Lin Fan had a golden tongue as he managed to make Xianxia blushed red like the brightest of rouge. He finally understood how this Lin Fan managed to create a harem so big. His words could probably charm a succubus from his past life. After Lin Fan's turn, it was Ji Song who went next. Like Lin Fan, he also recited a poem personally created for this occasion. His poem was not as sweet and complimentary as Lin Fan. But in it he implied that if Xianxia was his, he would be loyal to her for all eternity. That he would treat her as the greatest and most beloved princess that ever existed in the myriad emperor world. Overall, he was very serious and passionate. "I can't believe that this brute is so romantic," muttered Wang Wei to himself. However, Wu Hong overheard him and she replied, "Well, it is not an unexpected thing. Ji Song as the crown prince of an imperial dynasty had to study poetry, calligraphy, Go, and military tactics at a young age just like any other aristocratic clan. Although he does not look like or act like it, he is actually a very refined individual. I know all of this. It's just that I am having trouble getting rid of the first impression I form of him. Not to mention all the other times we interacted together, I always labeled him as an idiot in my mind. This is probably due to the fact he has his brother next to him. At a very young age, he probably formed the mentality that he does not need to think properly as he had his big brother to do so for him," replied Wu Hong with deep and calm eyes. Wang Wei nodded before continuing to observe the performance of the other people. The next person to go on stage was actually Jian Wushuang. However, unlike the other two, he did not recite any poem, but used calligraphy instead. So, with a wave of his hand, a large rice paper floated in the air in the middle of the room where everyone could easily see it. Then, Jian Wushuang also flew in the air with a brush on his hand. As soon the brush appeared in his hand, Jian Wushuang's temperament changed. He became a supreme swordsman with infinite momentum. He waved the brush like a sword and wrote the character for passion. Then, a powerful intent emanated from his character. This intent displayed Jian Wushuang's passion for love or maybe even for Xianxia. A passion that was almost as equal as his love for his sword. As a pure swordsman, this was indeed a bold declaration, as most swordsmen place their love for the sword above most things. The majority of them are actually single either because they dedicate their entire lives to the sword or practice the indifferent Tao in order to reach the peak of swordsmanship. However, Jian Wushuang was different. He learned from his senior predecessor that he does not have to give up everything to reach the extreme ways of the sword, a lesson that their village predecessors had to learn the hard way. As such, he too was enthralled by Xianxia's beauty. He hoped that he would be chosen and accompanied her throughout his entire life, along with his own trusted sword. After him, it was Sun Jialong's turn to perform. And like Jian Wushuang, he also used calligraphy to display his ability. The character he wrote was dedication. Sun Jialong also revealed a sword-like intent when writing his character. However, his was not that of a pure swordsman, but of the sword of the ruler. His sword intent indicated that he was a supreme monarch that used his sword to destroy his enemy's kingdom, to bring peace and stability to his people. The sword reveals the might and reverence of a kind. As for the character he wrote, it showed how he would make Xianxia his empress and dedicate his life protecting and loving her. Not to mention that he would not be the only one dedicating himself to her, but all the people of his dynasty. As such, she would not only receive his love, but the love of an entire nation. Meanwhile, although Xianxia looked calm on the surface with her beautiful face, she was secretly happy inside. Although she did not like to admit it, she enjoyed all the attention she received. It made feel important, special, or unique. Although she is considered the most beautiful woman in the world, Xianxia knew that this title was given to someone in each generation. As such, she did not feel the same joy and happiness by this title compared to having some of the most talented people in the world fawning over her. She knew that everyone in this room had the ability to become the top powerhouse of the myriad emperor world. And one of them might even become a great emperor. Of course, that is under the assumption that none of them actually dies midway through her rise. Xianxia then looked at Wu Hong as this was her turn to perform. However, she just shook her head, excusing herself of this task. Although many people were disappointed not to see her perform, she just ignored them. "I have a feeling that your performance would have been truly extraordinary," suddenly said Wang Wei. So Wu Hong looked at him, gave him a mesmerizing smile before answering, "You have no idea how right you are. Now, you just increase my desire to see it." Well, young Master Wang Wei, if you play your cards right, you might have a chance to see a personal one-to-one show, replied Wu Hong, whispering slowly in Wang Wei's ears by the end of the sentence. To which Wang Wei involuntarily gulped his own saliva. "I will look forward to such an occasion." After that, he removed his gaze from her with great difficulty, ignoring the slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. Then he saw many people looking at him with a speechless look on their faces. It is true that these people were quite speechless. While everyone was waiting for them to start performing, they were actually flirting with one another. And in public at that. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had thick skin, so he ignored these people's gaze. "So it's my turn," he said nonchalantly, then proceeding to think for a moment what to do for his performance. Then he thought about a poem by the famous poet Li Bai from his past life. He coughed out loud before reciting it. "All water is forgettable when you've seen the vast blue sea, no clouds so wondrous as those at Unwritten. I pass by some flowers without looking back, partly to study Tao, partly to think of you." As Wang Wei recited his poem, all the people in the room were infected by the beautiful and sad mood of the poem. the pain and suffering of thinking about someone that you missed so dear enveloped them. A person you know is somewhere out there, but cannot reach. Of course, the person who most appreciated this poem was actually Suya. As a person who controls emotions, she is the one who can most easily enter the right mood to truly appreciate the beauty and complexity of this poem. As such, she was quite surprised with Wang Wei's poetry talent and wondered who this young master of the Tao opening sect was thinking about so deeply that he would write such a poem. The room then became quiet for a few seconds as the people were momentarily lost in the mood of the poem. After calming down, Xishe asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, this is a beautiful poem. Did you think about it on the spot?" Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this question, so he answered, "Of course not. This poem was written by a person named Li Bai who was born in a long-destroyed mortal dynasty called Great Tang. I happened to come by it during one of my adventures and I like it very much. I thought this talented poet should not remain unknown, thus the reason that I recited this poem during this meeting." Chapter 203. All the people in the room looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look. Their faces seemed to be asking why you admit that this poem was not yours? The creator was long dead, just take the credit. Didn't you see that the goddess was moved by you? So this is the perfect opportunity to impress her. However, Wang Wei ignored these looks as most of these people do not dare to say anything about his actions. Of course, that did not go for everyone. Snorted Ji Song. If you cannot create an artistic piece of your own, then you should remain silent. Wang Wei then looked at him with a smile. Unlike you people, I am not a little puppy that wags his tail in front of his owner to attract their attention. Between heaven and earth, I have nothing to prove to anyone or anything. The faces of all the people in the room became ugly after hearing this. However, no one said anything else as they were a little ashamed. Their behavior of trying to impress Xishe did look like a puppy trying to garner the attention of its owner. However, who can blame them? Her beauty was simply otherworldly. Young Master Wang Wei, I am a little confused. This was a perfect opportunity to impress Miss Xishe, so why ruin it? Suddenly asked Wu Hong. I thought I made my intention very clear. I am not interested in her, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. I know this, but why are you not interested? No one can deny that Miss Xishe is a peerless beauty that comes once every generation. Wang Wei turned his head to the side and looked deep in Wu Hong's eyes for a few seconds before turning away. That's because she is nothing but a vase. A vase? A woman like her would offer nothing to a partnership. She is nothing but a beautiful decoration that added embellishment to me, but nothing of real substance. Let me ask you, what did you feel when you heard her playing the zither? After pondering for a few seconds, Wu Hong then answered, she is truly talented and her zither art has reached the realm where it can help soothe people's mind. Anything else? It seemed that there was no edge or power behind it. Wang Wei nodded before continuing. As a zither grandmaster, she should be able to use her arts to attack and kill people with it, but yet I felt none of such power on her zither intent. Meaning that she actively ignored this part of the zither Dao because she knew that she would not need it. As a beautiful woman, all she needs is a powerful man to protect her. This kind of mindset has been ingrained in her ever since she was young. Am I wrong, Miss Xishe? However, Xishe did not answer him, and she even lowered her head to avoid his deep and piercing gaze. Is there anything wrong with a woman using her beauty to find someone to protect herself? In this largely patriarchal society, it is the best way for many helpless women, suddenly said Suya, who sat a few tables away from Wang Wei. After looking over in her direction, Wang Wei replied, I will not argue with you how cultivation allows women to eliminate the gap with men, but why do you care, young lady Suya? Are you one of these women? Of course not, replied Suya with a smile, an act which actually turned her hair from blue to red. I'm just curious, that's all. As a matter of fact, you are indeed correct. And personally, I have nothing against Miss Xishe, she just does not fit my requirements for a companion, that's all. Then, young Master Wang Wei, what are your requirements? Asked Suya back with an intriguing look on her face. After pondering for a few brief seconds to organize his words, Wang Wei then explained, "My goal in life was never to become a great emperor, but to walk towards the end of great Tao, and even go beyond it. Becoming a great emperor is just one of the many steps that I have to take to achieve such a goal. And in that process, I know that the journey ahead will be long and fraught with unimaginable difficulties. And that I will need someone to walk along with me side by side, someone that can motivate me when things seem hopeless or that there seems to be no path ahead, a person that can carry me on their back when I am beaten and can no longer move ahead. And I will also do the same thing for said companion. To be blunt, Miss Xisher does not come close to meeting my requirements. If she was my companion, I can foresee how things would go between us. For once, I will have to use countless resources and efforts for her to be able to even keep up with my pace and rapid progress. Then there is the amount of time I will have to use protecting her when my enemies realize that it is easier to get through me through her. She would perfectly play the role of the damsel in distress, and I will waste my time saving her every time. It is simply not worth it just for a beautiful face." The room suddenly became quiet. While some of the geniuses were thinking about how cold-hearted and decisive Wang Wei was, the true heaven-chosens like Lin Fan, Ji Song, Jian Wushuang, Sun Jiaolong and Su Ye were focusing on something else, his goals. While most of them were trying their hardest to one day prove the Tao and one day become a great emperor, their number one competitor already had his vision beyond them. What they pursued for their entire lives was nothing but one of the many steps in Wang Wei's goals. His vision reached far beyond them, it has already gazed beyond the Tao itself. All of them secretly sighed as they realized that the difference between them and Wang Wei might not just be strength, but also will, state of mind and Tao heart and ambitions. However, despite figuring this out, none of this made them give up. Destroyed their confidence. On the contrary, they saw this situation as a learning opportunity. Since they lacked in certain areas compared to their competitors, then they will find ways to make up the gap. While everyone was still contemplating his words, Wang Wei was secretly whispering with Wu Hong. "Young Master Wang Wei, your requirements are too harsh. I am afraid that it will be difficult for you to find such a person." "On the contrary, Miss Wu Hong, I have a feeling that the person I am looking for is at a gaze's length," replied Wang Wei while looking deep in her eyes. However, she did not blush nor evade his gaze. She just placed her hand in front of mouth, then giggled with an ethereal voice before answering, "Then you are a very fortunate man." "That I am." After all the people processed what just took place, Lin Fan suddenly stood up slowly and elegantly, then cupped his hand together. "Respectfully, Sacred Son Wang Wei, I believe that you are wrong. Miss Xisher deserves to be protected, deserves to receive the admiration and praise of myriad beings in myriad worlds. She deserves to leave her name in the annals of history, for her beauty is one of a kind. As for all those things you just said about her, to me, it sounds like excuses a scum man would use to justify not being able to protect his own woman." Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong with great difficulty. He then looked up and down at Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin Fan, have you noticed that all the praiseworthy adjectives that you use to describe Miss Xisher can also be used to describe a magnificent and unique piece of art, or a beautiful vase in an arts collector?" Lin Fan almost choked after hearing this. He wanted to refute, but he did not know what to say. So, his face just became red out of anger. "You know that this is not what I meant?" "How do I know what you mean?" replied Wang Wei while deliberately making a puzzled face. Lin Fan then just snorted at him before turning to look at Xisher. He cupped his hand together and slightly bowed. "Miss Xisher, do not listen to any of his words as they are just his opinion. You are beautiful and should be proud of that. And you alone can decide how you choose to live your life." Then he returned to his seat. As for Xisher, she was finally able to relieve her embarrassment. Then she fulfilled her position as hostess and continued the meeting. Many people were given the chance to perform after Wang Wei. Unfortunately, the mood of the meeting was not as harmonious as previously. While Wang Wei was chatting happily with Wu Hong, he sensed someone approaching him and sitting at the table on his right, making him sandwiches between two people. So, he turned around to see who it was. Chapter 204. After turning his head around, Wang Wei saw Xianxia approaching him. However, her hair had turned black this time. So, he wondered what were the conditions that decided what color it turned into? Could it be based on her emotions? However, Wang Wei shook his head as this would easily reveal what state of mind she was in. Even if that was the case, he would never use her hair as an indication of what emotions she was feeling. For a person who can easily control other people's emotions and desires, there is no reason not to believe that she could not control her own. Young lady Xianxia, what can I do for you? Do I have to want something from you in order to start a conversation? Or, do young Master Wang Wei find it tiring or bothersome to converse with both the second and third most beautiful woman of the world? Didn't you know? Asked Xianxia with a cunning smile on her face. Or did you think that I am not worthy to take the number 2 spot? Wang Wei smiled after hearing this before replying. To be frank, I have just arrived yesterday and as such, I am not privy to much information. Not to mention that I have been enamored by Miss Wu Hong during this meeting and that I have paid little attention to many things around me. So, please do not take offense. And you are more than welcome to join our conversation. Xianxia then gave him a deep look. She did not think that he would use this situation to actually flirt with another woman. Well, at least she learned something new about Wang Wei, that he is the kind of person that knows what he wants and goes directly and boldly after it. Xianxia then gave a quick look at Wu Hong in order to see her response. However, she was calm throughout the entire situation. Whether it was Wang Wei's little compliment or declaration of her presence that interrupted their conversations, she did not seem to be bothered by any of it. Moreover, Xianxia discovered that she could not read any of Wu Hong's emotions. This was a rare thing as she could read the emotions of all the people in the room including Wang Wei. She seemed to be in an eternal state of calmness. However, Xianxia could tell that this was just a disguise to prevent herself from reading her emotions. Among all the geniuses in the room, all of them have tried to hide their emotions deep in their minds, their souls. However, Xianxia can see what they are feeling even for people of the caliber of Lin Fan and Ji Song. The majority of them are feeling either lust or desire to acquire Xishe. Xianxia can also feel a terrible hatred emanating out of Ji Song for Wang Wei. And similar hatred can be felt from the junior and senior brothers that accompanied Jian Wushuang to the meeting. To be precise, what they are feeling is more on the line of hostility. Since this meeting, there are 2 things that surprised Xianxia. One was that she was incapable of reading Wu Hong's emotions, and the other was that Wang Wei actually never tried to hide his. To be exact, he was so in tune with his. As a person with the 7 emotions 6 desires physique, Xianxia knows how powerful emotions and desires can be. A perfect example of that was the heart demon calamity that all cultivators have to go through when they break through the primordial spirit realm. In order to use the good fortune flame to refine the soul into a primordial spirit, the power of emotion will be needed. Cultivators have to face their inner self and desires. At that time, all cultivators will have 2 options. The first one is to practice the indifferent Tao and give up all your emotions, while the second one is to accept them, understand them, and learn to control them. If a cultivator used the first method, then the heart demon calamity will be an easy thing for them. However, as a result, they will turn into emotionless and numb beings that only pursue power. They will not recognize families, friends, and loved ones. All these types of people care about is to increase their cultivation levels. These cultivators are referred to as deprived cultivators, or better yet, devil cultivators. They are not liked by the general population due to their ruthlessness and cruel ways of doing anything for power. As such, they are forced to live in the Western continent. As a matter of fact, devil cultivators did not exist in the Myriad Emperor world until the Devil Era, where the entire world was invaded and enslaved for an entire era by another heaven-will world known as the 9 Devil God world. As for the cultivators to choose to experience the heart demon tribulation normally in the primordial spirit realm, they are considered the orthodox way of cultivating. And in order to pass the tribulation, they have to be in tune or in sync with your emotions. They have to understand how and why they feel at a certain point until they understand their higher self. And the primordial spirit is a physical manifestation of the higher self, higher consciousness. The reason that Suya became interested in talking to Wang Wei was because of how in tune he was with his emotions despite nor having gone through the heart demon tribulation. And of course he had a question she was dying to know. After taking a few seconds to get comfortable in her new seat, Suya then proceeded to ask, "Young Master Wang Wei, I am confused about something. Why do I find little to no trace of arrogance in you?" "How, what do you mean?" replied Wang Wei back with a confused look on his face. He did not understand where this question came from. "Well, I can sense the pride and arrogance of all these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages, especially towards the other people from supreme lands or holy lands. They look down on them and think they are not worthy to even be in the same room as them. Although some of them try to hide this pride and arrogance deeply, it cannot evade my senses. Even geniuses like Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang who came from the lower realm have this pride and arrogance in them. But you are different. I can sense that you do not look down on them. You even have appreciation for a few of them, especially the ones that perform admirably in the little test you left in the entrance. So, I am curious why that is?" The room instantly became quiet. Even the poor guy that was still performing stopped his actions. All the people in this room are in the supernatural realm, so it is quite easy for them to hear Su Ya's words with their keen senses. As such, many people have different reactions. All the people from lower backgrounds secretly clenched their hands and teeth. Although they already knew how these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages felt about them, it still hurt when spoken out loud right to their faces. People like Ji Song and Sun Jiaolong did care about Su Ya's words. They knew of their arrogance and have no plans to change it. Of course, that is true for Ji Song. As for Sun Jiaolong, as a ruler, he will never show his contempt for other people as they are possible followers. Meanwhile, both Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, they both were secretly ashamed. Lin Fan was not ashamed of the fact that his arrogance and pride were revealed, but due his status from the lower realm. Ever since he came to the Myriad Emperor world with his family, he has been struggling to accept his background. He was ashamed of it. Despite the fact that he became the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, meaning that he is the future headmaster of the academy, his background has been bothering him. Things got worse when he realized his background was not just a psychological problem, but resulted in him lagging behind many of the heaven-chosens from emperor lineages. There was much knowledge he was not privy to before, which resulted in his vision being lowered than theirs. Not to mention that the competitive environment in the lower realm was child's play compared to the one in the Myriad Emperor world. His Tao protector even admitted to him that the academy regretted letting grow up in the lower realm as they did not foresee that the competition in this glorious age would be so intense. This is one of the reasons that despite having the #1 physique, Lin Fan has the lowest ranking of all the current heaven-chosens in the room. As for Jian Wushuang, the reason that he was ashamed was because Su Ya's words reminded him that he has forgotten his origin, and that showed that his mindset is not as powerful as he imagined. As for Wang Wei, after pondering for a few seconds, he answered, "Well." Chapter 205. Well, young lady Suya, you are not completely right. As a powerful cultivator, of course I have some level of pride and arrogance, replied Wang Wei calmly with a smile on his face. As for the reason that I do not have any contempt for the geniuses of lower background is because I learned the hard way that there is no being that is truly born noble. Everyone has a chance to reach the top no matter your origin or background. That's bullshit, suddenly said Ji Song with a cold snort. You are telling me a great emperor is not a noble being? What about their offsprings, both direct and indirect? What about people born with powerful bloodlines? Are they not born noble? Is that so, Crown Prince? Then, tell me, beside a great emperor, where do all the noble beings you mention get such a qualification? Replied Wang Wei calmly. From a great emperor, of course. That's right. Now, another question, what were great emperors before they managed to prove the Tao? Ji Song looked at him without saying anything. Since you refuse to answer, then I will. They were ordinary people. The first emperor to have ever existed in the myriad emperor world was the heaven-opening emperor back in the primordial era. Although the majority of information in that time period is lost, we do know that countless innate life forms like dragons and phoenixes along with primordial gods lived in that era. Now, do you think that us, weak humans, were noble compared to them? No, in all likelihood, we were probably treated as either slaves or food. However, the heaven-opening emperor slowly rose to the top and became a great emperor. He slowly became a noble being. My ancestor, Emperor Qiuan, was the first great emperor of the ancient emperor era. However, before that, he was just like all the other cultivators at that time that were lost and searching for the road ahead. There was nothing noble about his birth. No, he developed noble characteristics after he decided to spread the origin path system to all the lost cultivators of that time. He became noble after he proved the Tao and became one of the most powerful beings in existence. Not to mention that in history, all of us here have learned of many great emperors that once were slaves. Some were shunned by society because of being born with defects, or because people did not agree with their views and lifestyles when they were weak. Were those great emperors born noble? One of my favorite emperors was Great Emperor Yellow Teeth. He was born a slave in a small thousand world in the lower realm. One background could not be any lower than this. However, he still managed to slowly crawl the cultivating pyramid until he managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself a great emperor. His story has proven that nobility is not an innate quality, but one that is slowly cultivated or acquired. The room then became quiet after Wang Wei's grand and inspiring monologue. Some people agreed with his words, while some found his words demeanor given the fact that he was born with the highest of status among all the people inside this room. So, you are saying that there is no difference between us and them? Replied Ji Song while pointing out the geniuses that were from supreme lands and holy lands. Of course not, that would be preposterous. However, the main difference between us and them is not our birth, but our will and spirits. Heaven-chosens like us, ever since we were young, we knew what it will take in order to become powerful. We knew all the pain, suffering, and sacrifices necessary in order to become a true powerhouse. We knew the burden we have to carry and how many people and lives are dependent on us, in our success. We knew that giving up no matter the circumstances was not an option for us. On top of that, we knew that once we reach close to the end of the line, there is a high chance that we might not survive. However, we still have to go forward. As for them, paused Wang Wei while looking at the geniuses from lower backgrounds. They can use the excuse that we are better than them because of our births, our backgrounds, or because we have better cultivation techniques and resources than them. In their minds, they have more than 100 reasons as to why they are not good enough to compete on our level. But they never blamed themselves. They never looked inwards, pondering what they could do to close the gap between us just like many other great emperors have done. To them, it is easier to blame others for their failures than to have a moment of self-reflection. The majority of them do not have the will and spirit to do whatever it takes to truly reach the top. The room became quiet again after Wang Wei finished speaking as many people started to ponder his words. The Heaven-chosens completely agreed with him. Despite all the allure and glamour that surrounded them, only they knew the amount of stress and tensions they have to live with every day. Whether it is the pressure to prove their parents or sects proud by leading them to greater heights, or the pressure knowing that they might not survive the heaven will battle in the future, or even worse, eliminate before even reaching there. Overall, their lives are not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Many of them started to reminisce about the things that they had to do in order to get where they were. A few examples were the fact Sun Jiaolong had to kill his own blood brother for power. Ji Song went on a training hell after his second loss to Wang Wei. Many of them had to sacrifice a great deal of things in order to be as strong as they are now. As for the other geniuses from lower backgrounds, they lowered their heads in shame as Wang Wei was right. The mentality of the majority of them is that the only reason that they are not so talented and powerful now was due to their low births. For countless years, they have used this excuse to make themselves feel better. However, now, their facade was torn down right in front of everybody. One person suddenly stood up before saying, "You can use as many beautiful words as you want, but it will not change the fact that your people from emperor lineages have better techniques than us, have more resources than us, and more opportunity than us. Tell me, how are we supposed to compete like this?" Wang Wei took a sip from his wine cup before slowly saying, "You are right, my friend, you guys do have it hard. But I never said that the world was fair. However, let me ask you a question. What was the origin of the last great emperor of this era?" The face of the person who asked the question became stiff, then he lowered his head without answering. "That's right, Emperor Nine Suns was from a supreme land, just like many of you here. During most of his rise, no one actually paid attention to him. By the time people realized that he was a threat, he was constantly on the run, but he never gave up as he was a man of great will and spirit. When the Heaven Will appeared, he showed up and did what he was supposed to do, what he believed all his life that he could do. He beat all the other participants, including both my grandparents, proved the Tao and proclaimed himself a great emperor. Now tell me, if he ever had thoughts like yours and decided to quit during all the ups and downs, all the failures, do you think he would have become such a noble being?" The room once again became eerily quiet. As for the person who questioned Wang Wei, he sat down on his seat. Unfortunately for hostess Xianxia, this time the quiet was quite permeating. No one actually wanted to perform or do any other action. They all seemed to be reflecting on something. However, Xianxia was determined to continue with this meeting. She had foreseen that there may be intense contradictions when the ego and ideologies of all these geniuses clashed. So, she had other plans prepared just in case. Just when Xianxia was about to execute her plans to relieve the awkward silence in the room, a sudden rough and rude voice spread or echoed throughout, interrupting her actions. "How rude of all you not to invite us to this party. Miss Xianxia, do you think that we are not worthy? I think compared to all the sissy in this room, I am more man than all of them combined. Don't you guys think so?" "Ah, boss, you are correct. Maybe you should show Miss Xianxia how manly you truly are?" "Boss, that's a good idea." "Ha." Chapter 206. After the voice, a group of more than 10 people walked inside the room. This group was led by a handsome man. However, this person had the eyes of an animal. To be precise, he had the eyes of a rock. As for the people that were following him, although they all seemed human, upon closer inspection, you will discover a few animal characteristics in these people. Oftentimes these characteristics showed their identity to which group of demon race that they belonged to. So, everyone in the room instantly identifies these people as the demonic race, and wondered why these people came here uninvited? Do they want to cause trouble? After all the demon races crashed the meeting, the leader Yu Chao looked at all the people in the room with a smirk on his face. Then, he looked at Xianxia with star eyes. "Miss Xianxia, sorry for my intrusion of your meeting, but I could not give up the opportunity for my eyes to grace your beauty." Xianxia smiled and nodded. However, anyone could tell that the smile in her face is actually very stiff, and that she is very reluctant to do so. "Mph," suddenly snorted Ji Song. "If you demon race were truly sorry, then you would not have bothered us in the first place." After saying that, he released a powerful killing aura that surrounded all the demon race around Yu Chao. And he was not the only one. All the members of emperor lineages released their own aura to suppress this group of demon race. Many of the people standing behind Yu Chao had cold sweat running down their backs, while some of them could not bear the pressure and were forced to kneel down on the ground. As for Yu Chao himself, he was still strong enough to support under the aura of all these heaven chosens. Then, on the corner of his eyes, he saw someone that was not releasing his aura. So, Yu Chao thought that he might have encountered a soft persimmon. With a little difficulty, he said, "There is no need for everyone to fight with each other. After all, we are all here for the same reason. See the beautiful Miss Xianxia." After hearing this, the other heaven chosens then stopped releasing their auras, allowing this group of demon race to breathe properly. Although Yu Chao was secretly relieved, he was also ashamed of himself. As a member of the demon race with imperial bloodline, he came to this meeting in order to show these human heaven chosens what true power is like, but he was humiliated like this. So, Yu Chao wanted to do something to redeem himself, and not just in front of the beauty, but also in front of his men. So, he walked towards the person that did not release his aura, the person that was happily chatting with two extremely beautiful women. After Yu Chao approached, he said, "Hey my friend, I would really appreciate your seat. How about giving to us, and we will not hurt you in return?" And if Yu Chao and these demonic race had seen the strange look that the other people were giving them, they would never do something so stupid. However, they would soon find out. As soon as the person he was spoken to turned around, Yu Chao had both a shocked and terrified look on his face. "Gray hair and gray eyes, you are SS sacred son Wang Wei," muttered Yu Chao with a great deal of horror in his face. Before coming to the academy, Yu Chao was warned by his clan's elders that he could test out the other Heaven Chosens, but leave out both Di Tian and Wang Wei out of their affairs. Because it is simply impossible to determine how these two people will react to any situation. As for Wang Wei, after being interrupted, he looked at these demon races up and down. "You know, it never ceases to surprise me, the arrogance that your demon race has. It is clear to everyone in this world that the only reason that your race still exists until today is because we, humans, allowed you to. If it was not our benevolence, you people wouldn't even be allowed to live in the worst continent of the north, you would all be exterminated. However, every generation, a trifling few of you always try to test us humans in the other continent knowing full well that the result will be the same every time." After saying that, a powerful will suddenly came out of Wang Wei's body and enveloped all the demon races. Following which, 6 of them suddenly fell on the ground, with blood coming out of their mouths. Upon closer investigation through divine sense, the people in the room discovered that the bloodline core which is the source of cultivation of these demon races were completely shattered. As for the remaining 4 including Yu Chao, they could not move from their spot. It was as if they were fixed on the ground. Is this an application of his young emperor's pseudo-domain? It seemed that he was way more powerful than previously anticipated. "I have to take precautions about such abilities when I have to fight him," secretly thought Suya while watching everything with a brilliant smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, after preventing these people from moving, he took out a talisman from his space ring. "Supreme Elder, I need your help with something." "Whatever you need, young master," replied true monarch Yen Qin. "I am suddenly in the mood for a high-level demon race meet." "Oh, what level and what race in particular?" "Well, make it a saint and a golden rock will be fine," replied Wang Wei as he looked straight into Yu Chao's face, who had turned purple after hearing this short conversation. "Young master, give me a few minutes." "No problem." "You wouldn't dare," suddenly screamed Yu Chao. "Watch me," replied Wang Wei calmly. A few minutes later, true monarch Yen Qin appeared out of nowhere inside the room. "Young master, the corpse of a Saint Realm demon race is too big to fit inside this room." "Then, please extend the dimension space of this room, if you do not mind, Supreme Elder." "No problem." With a wave of his hand, this single room of the true dragon became larger than a football stadium. Yen Qin waved his hand a second time, then a very large golden rock body manifested itself inside the room. "Supreme Elder, I will need a weapon to be able to skin it." "Make that 3, said Wang Wei after looking at the 2 ladies behind him. As the body of Saint is protected by the power of law, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Wei to be able to cut it properly. As such, Yen Qin nodded and took out 3 knives. He blessed each of them with the power of his own Tao. Then, with a wave of hand, a fire made of the power of law also manifested itself inside the room. Wang Wei took all 3 knives from Yen Qin's hand, then he called both Wu Hong and Suya to come help with dealing with the preparations. Wu Hong was more than happy to help, however, Suya complained that someone as beautiful as her should not be forced to do menial labor. Soon afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Wang Ju came forward and asked Yen Qin for a knife of their own and help with the process. Meanwhile, all the other Heaven Chosens had a shocked look on their faces. This is the first time that they have seen someone so audacious that he used a powerful Saint Cultivator to elaborate a point, to treat a Saint Realm true person as livestock. While some people were still marveling in their surprises, some people realized that this was a perfect opportunity, an opportunity to teach the demon race a lesson and put them back in their place. Especially given the fact that not many people liked the fact that they used humans in chains as part of their entrance during the academy entrance ceremony. The first person to act was actually Ji Song. He did not want his archenemy to steal the limelight right in front of him. So, he contacted his Tao protector and had him also catch him in a powerful Saint Realm demon race for him to barbecue and eat. Following which, all the other Heaven Chosens did the same thing. They all contacted their Tao protectors in order to acquire different levels of demon race to cook. As such, this artistic meeting turned into a feast, a demon race feast. Of course, not all people could enjoy such a feast. For example, all the geniuses from Supreme Lands and Holy Lands. They did not dare to do such a thing in fear that the demon race would retaliate against their sects or factions. Of course, Yu Chao and the demon race that were still standing had a very ugly look on their faces. Watching their own kind being slowly turned into food is the ultimate form of torture for them. Not to mention the fact that they are helpless and could not do anything about it. Chapter 207. With the help of Wu Hong, Su Ye, Li Jun and his group, Wang Wei managed to skin the Saint Realm Golden Rock's body. Then, he used all the different spices that he has in his space ring to season the meat. Although Wang Wei had to try different mixes before he discovered something that satisfied him, it was still worth it in the end. After finding the perfect blend of spices, Wang Wei had to use the law flame that true Monarch Yanchen created in order to actually cook a saint-level meat. After finding the perfect temperature to cook the golden rock, a very powerful and enchanting smell enveloped the entire room. All the Heaven Chosens that were also cooking their own demon race raised their heads to look in Wang Wei's direction. All of them had a little bit of drool in their faces due to how appetizing his own meat smelled like. They can infer just by the smell that it would be quite delicious. Although these Heaven Chosens knew that their meat would also be delicious on account of just reaching the saint level, however, compared to Wang Wei's well-prepared delicacy, they still are left behind. After the meal was prepared, Wang Wei then took out plates from his space ring and served everyone who helped him skin the meat their own plate or bowl. Then, to the horror of the few remaining demon races, everybody in the room started to enjoy their food. As for them, they had to witness their own kind slowly turning into food, and yet there were nothing that they could do about it. All four of them wished that they were the few demon races that were forced to pass out by Wang Wei. Unfortunately for them, they were not. They were full of hatred for these humans, but powerless to do anything about it. As for the barbecue that all the Heaven Chosens were enjoying, well, the saint-level meat proved to be even more pristine than any of them imagined. The meat seemed to possess the ability to augment the sensitivity of everyone's taste bud. Although there are only 5 basic flavors, however, after taking a bite of this meal, all the people around felt like they had tasted more than 100 different kinds of flavors. And each of them seemed to be unique. While Wang Wei was enjoying his meal, he was also staring at Wu Hong for some reason. "Young Master Wang Wei, it is very rude to stare so directly," suddenly said Wu Hong while placing a piece of meat on her luscious red lips. However, she was calm the whole time while saying these words. "You don't seem surprised?" asked Wang Wei. "Surprised about what?" she asked back. "Surprised that I know how to cook." "I do not understand what you mean." Wang Wei looked around the room before saying, "All the people in this room were surprised by the fact that I can actually cook so well, but not you. Beside the people that are truly close to me, no one else is aware of my culinary abilities." "Young Master Wang Wei, I think you are overthinking things. I just naturally like to remain calm in every situation." Miss Suya remained calm after seeing my culinary skills, but I could still see the slight surprise in her eyes. "As for you, the reaction that I noticed was as if you were already aware of my abilities, so, Miss Wu Hong, how did you know that I could cook?" "Like I said, you are overthinking things, young Master Wang Wei," replied Wu Hong with a calm look on her face, not even the slightest fazed by Wang Wei's question. "Interesting," said Wang Wei with a slight smile on his face. I have only known you for a few hours, and I can already tell that you are an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. And yet, I find myself unable to resist trying to uncover all your secrets. Well, isn't there a saying that once a woman becomes interested in a man's secret, then it is the beginning of her falling in love with him? Young Master Wang Wei, you should be aware that you are traveling down a dangerous road, responded Wu Hong with a beautiful laugh full of vigor and mystery. Miss Wu Hong, you could always stop me from doing such a dangerous thing? You know, save my poor soul and heart from being lost forever. Why would I do that? Replied Wu Hong while whispering these words straight into Wang Wei's ear. Then, whatever happens to me in the future, you will be responsible. You have to take responsibility for me, whispered Wang Wei back to her. Meanwhile, all the people around had different looks on their faces as they watched those two people flirt with one another. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju were actually quite surprised as they had never seen Wang Wei behave in such a way. The sacred son that they were used to seeing always had a calm, indifferent, relaxed or stoic face even in the face of a beautiful woman. A perfect example of that is the way that he treated Miss Shisher, which is considered the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. However, now he was always smiling, he was charming and witty. In general, he seemed enamored with this Wu Hong. Not to mention he seemed to enjoy himself talking to her. Although all of them were happy for him, however, they were also a little worried that he would become too enamored and lose his focus and drive. As for Su Wei, despite not showing it, she was not happy about the situation as well. For once, she did not like how Wang Wei completely ignored her and right to her face at that. Logically speaking, as the number 2 most beautiful woman in the world, shouldn't she be more attractive than Wu Hong? On top of that, she was not a vase like Shisher. Of course, Suya had no actual feelings for Wang Wei. As a person who controls both emotions and desires, it is very difficult for her own emotions to be stirred up. On the contrary, she can be very rational and even emotionless if need be. She just did not like the feeling of being ignored. Of course, this was not the main reason that she did not like these two together. The main reason is the fact that an alliance between these two would not bode well for all the other Heaven Chosens. Wang Wei was already powerful enough. But now, if you add the also powerful and mysterious Wu Hong, the power that the Dao opening sect would hold would increase dramatically. It would be like adding a pair of wings to an already very fierce tiger. Of course, Suya hoped that there would be a disagreement between these two over the heaven will, thus leading to them becoming enemies instead of companions. However, things do not seem to be heading in that direction. As a matter of fact, Suya was not the only one thinking about such a thing. Many of the other Heaven Chosens do not like the idea of Wang Wei and Wu Hong getting together. Any form of combination between these two people will forever change the game. Many people who did not like the idea of forming alliances will also consider doing so. Of course, that is if any of these Heaven Chosens can get over their own ego and properly elect a leader in any form of alliance that they would create in the future. As for Wang Wei, although he could guess what these people were thinking, he did not really care. He was not attracted to Wu Hong solely based on the benefits that she could bring her. As a matter of fact, he did not even know the reason that he was attracted to her. He simply was. He found that she somehow completed him, like she truly knows what kind of person he was. Right now in the relationship, they are just simply talking or flirting with each other. Wang Wei can foresee that there will be quite a few obstacles between them, especially when it comes to all the mystery that surrounds Wu Hong. Normally speaking, Wang Wei is a semi-controlled freak and would never let himself fall for someone who has so many secrets. However, when it comes to her, he seemed to no care. Ever since he met her, his intuition has been warning him that he should do everything possible to get this girl, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. This was the first time since reincarnation that his intuition became so intense, and Wang Wei can only count a few times in his past life that this has happened. So, he planned to listen to it as always. As for all the secrets that Wu Hong is keeping, Wang Wei believed that as they spent more and more time together, he would eventually discover them by himself, or she would reveal them to him. And if she does not do that, this means that he was wrong about her and that the relationship is one-sided. At that time, Wang Wei will not hesitate to end things with her. What he is looking for is a partnership, not one person swooning over the other. After the Saint Meat feast, the heaven-chosen meeting came to an end. However, the repercussions of this meeting were far from over. Discord below in author's thought. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.